Good afternoon. My name is Priscilla Rojas, and I am the chair of the BPDA board. Thank you for joining the June 13th, 2024 Economic Development and Industrial Corporation of Boston board meeting. At this time, the Boston Planning and Development Agency is continuing to host public meetings in a virtual setting for the health, safety, and accessibility of Boston residents. For more information and updates, visit bostonplans.org. The Open Public Meeting Law requires that I notify the public that this meeting is being recorded. Please be aware that an audio and visual recording of this meeting is being made and broadcast by Boston City TV, which is a part of the City of Boston Office of Cable Communications, at Xfinity Channel 24, RCN Channel 13, and Verizon Fios Channel 962. It's also being live streamed at boston.gov/cable. All right. Before I take a roll call, you're going there. We have an extra name to the list. I'd like to take this quick opportunity to welcome our newest member to the board, Mr. Matt O'Malley. You've served the city in so many capacities, and we really look forward to your perspectives, and are thrilled to have someone with the environmental experience and skills that you're bringing. I think it's just awesome to have you, so welcome.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and through you to my old and new colleagues again. You all are exemplary public service servants, and I'm just delighted to be back serving the city that we all know and love.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, so let's take a roll call of the members to begin this meeting. Ms. Bennett.
Present.
Dr. Landsmark.
Present.
Mr. Shepherd.
Present.
Mr. O'Malley.
Present.
Okay, and I, the chair, am present. Okay, agenda item number 1. Request authorization for the approval of the minutes of the May 16th, 2024 board meeting. A motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett.
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark.
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd.
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 2. Request authorization to enter into a lease agreement with the International Organization of Masters, Mates, and Pilots for approximately 1,200 square feet of space located at the 12 Channel Street, Suite 505 in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park, for a total lease amount of $222,000 and a term of 10 years and 6 months commencing July 1st, 2024 and expiring December 31st, 2034, with one 5-year option to renew the lease. Maureen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board.
That's what you just checked it out.
International Organization of Masters, Mates, and Pilots was created to protect the rights and working conditions of members of the seagoing maritime community, such as the U.S. Coast Guard licensed masters and mates on U.S. flagged commercial vehicles, civilian crewed ships in the federal government fleet, and other marine personnel who work on tugboats, ferries, dredges, and harbor tour vessels. MM&P has been a subtenant at 12 Channel Street for many years. They recently approached BPDA staff to inquire about vacancies at 12 Channel. Staff determined that Suite 505 is a suitable size for the organization. Suite 505 is approximately 1,200 square feet. It's a small 4-room suite, and it lacks air conditioning. Staff is recommending a 10-year, 6-month lease agreement, which shall commence on July 1st, 2024, and expire on December 31st, 2034, with a single 5-year option term. Inasmuch as BPDA is not providing any form of financial assistance via a tenant improvement allowance to MM&P, staff is recommending that fixed rent commence on January 1st, 2025. Beginning on that date, MM&P shall pay fixed rent calculated at $30 per rentable square foot, or $3,000 per month. Over the initial term, BPDA shall receive $414,000 in rent from MM&P. Fixed rent during the option term shall be decided at the then current market rate. BPDA staff recommends that the director be authorized to enter into a lease agreement with MM&P for approximately 1,200 square feet of space at 12 Channel Street, Suite 505. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Maureen. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 3, request authorization to extend the license agreement with the Massachusetts Port Authority for the continued use of approximately 33,417 square feet of land within parcel C-2B located in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park for an annual license fee of $100,000, escalating by 3% annually and for a term of 10 years, commencing December 1st, 2024, and expiring November 30th, 2034, with 2 5-year options to renew the agreement. Maureen?
Thank you. Parcel C2 is approximately 65,000 square feet. It's a surface parking lot adjacent to the Flynn Cruise Port. The lot has historically been used for parking by the Marine Park tenants and employees. In 2009, citing increased cruise-related parking demand, the BPDA and Massachusetts Port Authority, Massport, began entering into 5-year license agreements that established the terms and conditions of Massport's use of approximately 33,417 square feet of land within parcel C2. They use it to park 44 vehicles and several tour buses during the cruise ship seasons. BPDA retained the use of the balance of the parking lot for approximately 88 vehicles. The current license agreement will expire in November 2024. In September 2019, the BPDA board allowed Massport to exercise a single 5-year option, which mandated that the rent paid by Massport should be determined by the prevailing fair market rents for maritime industrial rental properties in the South Boston submarket. During this term, commencing on December 1, 2019, and expiring on November 30th, 2024, fixed rent started at $100,251. Thereafter, the rent increased by 4% annually. In 2023, Massport approached staff to request an extension of the license agreement. BPDA staff recommends an extension for a 10-year term plus 2 5-year option terms mutually agreed upon by BPDA and Massport. The subsurface of parcel C2B, as it's become known, requires foundation and wall repair, new fill, and paving, for which Massport will be responsible. Massport is expected to invest $1.2 million in subsurface repairs. Staff is recommending that BPDA afford a rent credit to Massport not to exceed 50% of the annual rent and cumulatively not to exceed 50% of the total cost paid by Massport for the above referenced repairs, with the maximum reimbursement cap of $750,000, provided that the cost is verified to the satisfaction of BPDA and the license term is extended beyond 10 years via the above referenced option terms. The rent credit will commence upon substantial completion of the repairs. The annual rent of $100,000 shall be paid in equal monthly installments. Base rent shall increase annually by 3%. In the event that Massport elects to complete the needed repairs, BPDA will receive a minimum of $573,194 during the initial 10-year term of the license. If for whatever reason Massport elects not to undertake the needed repairs and utilizes the parcel C2B in its as-is condition, BPDA will receive $1,146,388 during the initial term. Staff recommends that the director be authorized to allow Massport to extend the license agreement for the use of approximately 33,417 square feet on a portion of parcel C2 to support the cruise ship activities. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Maureen. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion
Thank you.
carries. I'm still getting used to the cadence. I mean, of an extra name. It's great, but okay. Item number 4. Request authorization to extend the tentative designation status with the joint venture between Lincoln Property Company and Quaker Lane Capital for the long-term lease and redevelopment of parcel U located at 7 Channel Street in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park for 6 months ending December 31st, 2024. Natalie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. 7 Channel Street, known as Parcel U, is located in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. The approximately 45,000 square foot site includes a two-story building of approximately 27,000 square feet that previously housed Davis Seafoods and has been vacant for several years. On June 8th, 2022, the BPDA issued the RFP for the site to capture opportunities offered by Boston's Life Science Lab market in this location. The RFP required proponents to include 2 development scenarios in their submitted proposals, one of which would include the additional requirement for the delivery of a core and shell space within the development for community and/or government use. The BPDA anticipates that, under Program B, this space may serve as a Boston fire station for the Marine Park and Greater South Boston Seaport neighborhood. Lincoln Property Company and Quaker Lane Capital, the selected proponent, propose an approximately 262,000 square foot, 9-floor building with office and lab space. The proposed building will include a 2-floor firehouse on the ground floor and first floor. The ground floor will also propose a cafe, co-working space, lobby, bike parking, loading, utilities, and storage. Since the initial tentative designation award, Lincoln Quaker Lane have been in active negotiations with the BPDA staff on the terms of the ground lease for the redevelopment of the site. They've also been in coordination with the BPDA on the decision to advance the redevelopment concept that includes the fire station. During the next 6-month extension, Lincoln Quaker Lane must provide evidence of necessary financing and equity, complete BPDA design review and Article 80 process, enter into a lease agreement with the Boston Fire Department and coordination with the Boston Fire Department. Furthermore, building permits must be ready for issuance and the terms and conditions of ground lease must be fully executed, in addition to obtaining any other necessary approvals required for the project to proceed. Therefore, staff recommends extending tentative designation for 6 months. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Natalie, any questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
We'll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dinsmore?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 5, request authorization to extend the tentative designation status with Eastern Salt Company Incorporated for the long-term lease and redevelopment of parcel M within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park for 3 months, ending September 30th, 2024. Natalie.
Thank you again, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm here today to request a 3-month extension for the tentative designation for Eastern Salt for Parcel M, located at 3 Dolphin Way within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. Eastern Salt is a woman-owned marine industrial business that has operated in Chelsea for over 60 years. The site was originally designated in June 2021. Eastern intends to operate Parcel M as a part of a larger waterborne bulk marine cargo terminal to be known as the South Boston Marine Multiport. The multiport will reactivate the northern jetty to accommodate deep water berthing and ocean-going goods. While Eastern's current business is to transship bulk salt, their future business model is to propose other large cargo uses that support the emerging wind power industry in Eastern Massachusetts. Since the last tentative designation extension, Eastern has finalized all necessary design and development plans with cost estimates, participated in the South Boston Coastal Resilience Planning Discussion and FID Kennedy Realignment intersection meetings, and followed up with state officials regarding their PIDP grant application submission. Within this tentative designation extension period, Eastern intends to identify additional grant opportunities for infrastructural development. Following this, Eastern would review and advance the draft of the lease agreement, submit MIPA PCNs, and commence next permitting phases, advance design of resiliency measures in consultation with BPDA, and begin the construction document for the development phase. Eastern envisioned the South Boston Marine Multiport Terminal could handle a wide range of cargo, with Parcel M advantageously located in one of the few deep water areas in the Marine Park. Staff therefore recommends that Eastern tentative designation to develop Parcel M be extended for a period of 3 additional months. That being said, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
We'll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Dinsmore?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thanks, Natalie.
Thank you.
All right, item number 6, request authorization to execute a contract with Reliable Roofing and Sheet Metal, LLC, for roof restoration of the 12 Channel Street building in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park in an amount not to exceed $1,388,000, and to further execute any change orders that may be required to complete the work as necessary, in an amount not to exceed 10% of the initial contract amount. for a total of $1,526,800. Sorry. William.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. This matter was last before you at the March 4th meeting of this past year. Since then, we have competitively bid the project, which was publicly advertised on April 29th of 2024 in accordance with Chapter 149 of the Massachusetts General Laws. We had 36 interested parties download the bid documents and received 3 general bids, which are opened and read aloud on May 30th. The lowest eligible and responsible bidder was Reliable Roofing for an amount of $1,388,000. This contract will restore the existing roof of the 12 Charles Street building here in the Marine Park to address all of the roof leaks that we've been experiencing lately. All of the documents required by the invitation for bids in Chapter 149 have been received by the bidder. STV, our architect of record, have reviewed the bids and recommends award to Reliable as the lowest eligible and qualified bidder. As stated, the total contract award will be for $1,526,800, and that does include a contingency of 10% for this project. All work will be funded from the agency's FY24 capital budget, and with that, we are requesting authorization from the director to execute this contract. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dinsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 7, request authorization to execute a contract with Rapid Flow Incorporated for the lining of the roof drains of the 12 Channel Street building in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park in an amount not to exceed $227,325, and to further execute any change orders that may be required to complete the work as necessary in an amount not to exceed 10% of the initial contract amount, or a total of $250,057.50. William.
Thank you. This matter was also last before you in March with a restored roof. We're looking to restore our roof drains. We have competitively bid this project, advertised on April 15th in accordance with Chapter 149. 18 parties downloaded this bid package. We received 1 general bid. We did review that bid carefully, and we do feel that it is a good responsive bid. It was by Rapid Flow in the amount of $227,325. All documents required by the IFB and the law have been submitted. We've reviewed this internally. Staff has backed this project directly. We reviewed this bid internally and recommend the reward to Rapid Flow. The total contract, as stated, is for $250,057.50, and that does also include the 10% contingency. And this work will be funded from the agency's FY25 capital budget. So with that, we're requesting authorization for the director to execute this contract. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thanks, William. All right, item number 9, request authorization to execute a contract with, wait. Item number 8.
One more.
Item number 8, request authorization to execute a contract with HDR Engineering Incorporated for realignment of Mid-Kennedy Avenue, Phase 2 through Parcel V1 at the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park in an amount not to exceed $761,973.23. William.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. This was last before you February of 2024, where we got authorization to solicit qualifications for this work. This design contract with HDR will provide construction documents for the realignment of Mid-Kennedy Avenue, which is necessary to improve the roadway as a designated truck route and to reduce conflicts between trucks and other folks in the Marine Park, specifically pedestrians and bicycles. The agency issued a formal request for proposals in accordance with Chapter 3039M of the Massachusetts General Laws on April 8th. The process included extensive outreach to MDE, WBE firms, we had a pre-submission conference, and we had 61 interested parties downloading the RFP. 3 firms submitted proposals in response on May 20th this year. We reviewed those. And based off of that review, we determined that HDR was most advantageous for this project. The total contract award would be for $768,758.80, and that has been appropriately budgeted for in the agency's FY24 capital budget. So with that, we're requesting authorization from the director to enter into this contract with HDR. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Any questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Ms. Mark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Item number 9, request authorization to execute a contract with Carasoft Technology Corporation for the purchase of Zoom software in an amount not to exceed $91,441.30. Purnell.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Pernell Banks, and I'm the IT project manager. We'd just like to request $91,441.30 for the renewal of our Zoom licenses. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
We need it.
Yeah, we're on it. So,
Exactly.
any questions or comments for the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Lance Mark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you for now.
Thank you.
All right, item number 10, request authorization to accept a recoverable grant from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Mass EVIP program in the amount of $36,660.31 for electric vehicle supply equipment to be installed at the 12 Dry Dock Avenue garage in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. William.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm excited about this one. We are requesting authorization to accept a grant to install 10 new EV charging ports in the parking garage here in the Marine Park. The state is offering us $36,660.31, which is how much money we will need. They're also giving us technical assistance, and they're giving us the ability to use the statewide blanket contract in order to use the vendor Voltrek, who is supplying us this equipment. There's also a partner program that we're working with, the Eversource Make Ready program. Eversource is going to come in and do all of the electric infrastructure and actually connect these charging stations. And I hope to return in the future for very similar awards. We're looking for some level 3 chargers outside of the Marine Park garage that hasn't been processed yet. And we're also looking to do the same here outside the 12 Channel Street building for municipal and fleet vehicles. But for now, we're asking authorization to accept this $36,660.31 so that we can get this going. Happy to answer any questions that you have.
Awesome. Any questions or comments from the board? Go ahead.
Yes, Madam Chair. William, are these level 2 chargers?
Correct. Inside the garage, we're trying to get 10 level 2 chargers. Not included in this, but I am pushing strongly for 2 level 3 chargers outside of the garage, so anybody traveling through can quickly stop in the Marine Park, charge up, and be on their way.
Well, fantastic. Great work. This is exciting, and I will enthusiastically vote aye, so thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we're an electric vehicle household myself now, so I appreciate all the infrastructure that's going up. It's exciting to see. So, if there are no further questions, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Lance Mark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Item number 11, personnel. Michael.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Jemison. We have a number of items for your consideration in the EDIC agenda, with the exact details included in the board memos. We have 8 contracts. In the Urban Design Department, Grace Ng and Scarlett Hanks. In the IT Department, Emily Weija. In the Budget and Finance Department, Anthony Virani. In the Office of Workforce Development, Catherine Sullivan, Joan Kirshner, Andrea Silva, and Cavril Blackwood. In other matters, we are seeking the approval to appoint Bridget Martin as Assistant Clerk to sign off on behalf of the clerk in the event of her absence, with details in the board materials. And finally, we have 2 departures. In the research department, Camille Bergeron, research associate, and in the Office of Workforce Development, Shannon Fitzgerald, crew leader, Power Corp, Boston. Thank you very much. I'll answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
We'll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you very much to Camille and Shannon for all the excellent work that you've done. We appreciate you. And welcome to all of the new employees, whether you're a contractor or not. We're excited to have you. So, with that was the last item. So I need a motion to adjourn this meeting.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Ms. Mark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Meeting adjourned. Okay. Let's move on to So thank you for joining the June 13th, 2024 Boston Redevelopment Authority Board meeting. At this time, the Boston Planning and Development Agency is continuing to host public meetings in a virtual setting for the health, safety, and accessibility of Boston residents. For more information and updates, visit bostonplans.org. The Open Public Meeting Law requires that I notify the public that this meeting is being recorded. Please be aware that an audio and visual recording of this meeting is being made and broadcast by Boston City TV, which is a part of the City of Boston Office of Cable Communications at Xfinity Channel 26, RCN Channel 13, and Verizon Fios Channel 962. It is also being live streamed at boston.gov/cable. So to begin this meeting, I'll take a roll call of the members. Ms. Bennett?
Present.
Dr. Lansmark?
Present.
Mr. Shepherd?
Present.
Mr. O'Malley?
Present?
And I, Crystal Press, the chair and present. Let's start with agenda item number 1.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
no. Before we go to agenda item number 1, we have Councilor Weber here. So we'll take you out of order. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and welcome to the new members of the board. I've heard good things about you. So I thank you for allowing me to speak out of turn. I believe the items I want to speak on are 2 of them. They're items 18 and 19 on the agenda. The first thing I want to address, I think, is item 18. It's the Forbes building at 539-552 Center Street in Jamaica Plain. The Forbes building has been an integral part of, Jamaica Plain and has provided desperately needed affordable housing to its residents. There has been a lot of advocacy around the building for the residents who are primarily seniors and people on fixed incomes. So that's I'm happy to support this project, which is a redevelopment plan that's been submitted that preserves all 157 units as affordable housing and ensures that there's no displacement of its current residents. Additionally, the proposal will bring much-needed improvements to the building, to its energy use, and provide a much better home for its residents. So I'm speaking in support of that proposal, and I hope you'll vote to support that today. The other thing I wanted to talk about is I think it's item 19, and it is the proposal for 1905-1911 Center Street in West Roxbury. I am not in support of that project. I have a couple reasons. There has been no attempt to have really any tangible benefit to the community. It's not offering affordable housing, as far as I can tell, or senior housing. There has also been a process which has not been transparent for the community. There was this project was held up in a lawsuit, which is subject to a mediation agreement with ISD. The butters and neighbors who I've spoken to they're not even sure what's going on. There has been questions about the proposal and how measurements are being made for the height of the building, the setback, and various things that are related to zoning. We've also had some issues with the builder and people associated with the builder in the community at 1400 Center Street, which is subject to litigation now. For what it's worth, I would hope that there could be a delay so the people in the community could understand how the specifics, the height of the building, my understanding is that they're asking that this be approved as of right. So I'm just asking for more time for the community to be able to, hire an expert or at least meet with ISD to have an explanation so they feel like they've been given a fair chance to figure out what's actually happening. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'll leave, or I'll just put myself on. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's totally fine. Thank you, Councilor Weber. Duly noted for as we proceed with the agenda. All right. Item number 2, request authorization to schedule a public hearing on July 8th.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, we didn't.
Oh, no, I didn't do item number 1. Okay, one of those days. Item number 1, request authorization for the approval of the minute of the May 16th, 2024 board meeting. A motion is in order.
So move. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dinsmore?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 2, request authorization to schedule a public hearing on July 18th, 2024 at 5:30 p.m. or at a date and time to be determined by the director to consider the proposed First Amendment to the development plan for Plan Development Area Number 136, the Fenway Corners Project West in the Fenway, and to consider the proposed project as modified by the notice of project change as a development impact project. A motion is in order.
So move. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Julian Smart?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 3, request authorization to enter into a license agreement with Massachusetts Bay Transportation Authority for the use of a portion of parcel 03030040000, also known as 206 Atlantic Avenue, to perform construction activities supporting the Blue Line Emergency Egress Floodproofing Improvement Project on Long Wharf for a 90-day term and an additional 90-day extension if needed. Dennis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In 2022, the MBTA issued a request for proposals for the repair and emergency floodproofing of the Blue Line Emergency Egress located on Long Wharf. I'll spare you the parcel. BPDA and the ETA entered into a license agreement for the use of the BPDA-owned land on Long Wharf to allow access and laydown for this important safety project. The license expired on February 28th of 2024, but in anticipation of a timely construction wrap-up, staff allowed MBTA to continue to access the site inasmuch as BPDA was properly insured, and we want to be respectful of the board's time and staff's workload. The MBTA continues to be good partners in this project, and last month alerted BPDA that the project may now extend to as late as August. Realizing that the end date is not as imminent as we had hoped, a 30-day temporary license is in the process of being executed currently, which will bring us through mid-July. And we're asking permission to enter into an additional 90-day license with the MBTA for the continued access to Long Wharf property through October 31st of 2024. In the event that the project continues to experience delays, we're asking that the director be authorized to extend the license for additional 90-day period as necessary. It's important to note here that BPDA operations, working very closely with the MBTA and the contractors to ensure that public access of Long Wharf remains open consistently throughout the season, especially as July 4th and the summer tourist season is approaching. We couldn't be more adamant with all parties on that, and they are respectfully doing it, and that will happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So move. Second.
We'll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Ms. Mark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Here we go. Item number 4. Request authorization to extend the tentative designation status of Drexel Village, LLC, as developer of 8 parcels of vacant land, also known as the Crescent parcel, in Nubian Square area of Roxbury for a period of 6 months through December 31st, 2024. Natalie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. BPDA Board tentatively designated Drexel Village LLC to be the developer of Crescent Parcel in November 2021. The Crescent Parcel is an approximately 73,000 square foot site composed of 8 parcels of vacant land. The property is located in both the Campus High School and South End urban renewal areas. Drexel Village proposes 313,000 square foot development with 206 rental units and 11 home ownership units, with 31,000 square feet of community space for social service agencies located on Crescent Parcel in the parish space for St. Catherine Drexel Church. Since being granted tentative designation, the development team has made significant progress, including negotiating a license agreement, securing the Massachusetts Historical Commission's no adverse effect and the Boston Landmark Commission's finding of no significant impact, submitting an application to the BPDA for Housing Works infrastructure funding, receiving and incorporating design feedback from the BPDA and MOH design review teams. During the requested 6-month extension, the development team will provide evidence of necessary financing and equity, submit development applications to the City of Boston and state funding rounds, complete BPDA design review and Article 80 processes, execute the ground lease with the BPDA, receive Public Improvement Commission approval, and execute a transport access plan agreement and construction management plan with the Boston Transportation Department. Therefore, staff recommends extending their tentative designation for 6 additional months. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Julian Mark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd? Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks, Natalie.
Thank you.
Item number 5. Request authorization to execute a contract with Arcadius US Incorporated to produce a flood resilience planning, feasibility, and design study for the Charlestown Navy Yard for a term of up to 12 months and an amount not to exceed $1 million. Richard.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. We're very excited to commence the study for this historic Navy Yard. This is the 3rd coastal resilient planning study for the BPDA waterfront property, with efforts at Long Wharf and Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park well underway. Our goal is to protect our property and tenants in the valuable public realm present on Boston Harbor from the risks of sea level rise and coastal storms, and to integrate district-scale flood defense mechanisms throughout our community, our waterfront neighborhoods. Our project area includes, next slide, please. Our project area includes these 2 zones, the Charlestown Navy Yard proper and the Little Mystic Channel, to address near and long-term flood paths and analyze current flooding occurrences along the Little Mystic Channel, specifically the Newtown Housing Cooperative. To the left of Zone 1 is the National Park area. We're partnering with the Boston Harbor Gateway Connector, which is a multi-agency waterfront project to address design and implement resiliency measures and integrate mobility, access, and quality of life. So there'll be a dual effort underway, our project in Zone 1 and the one overseen by the National Park Service to the left. Next slide. So these images are pretty sobering. To the left is areas of the Navy Yard in Charlestown that would flood with a 1% storm in 2030 with about 9 inches of sea level rise, where you can see fringe flooding along the Charlestown Navy Yard all the way up to First Avenue, and also additional fringe flooding along the Newtown Co-op on the Little Mystic Channel. The image to the right is 40 inches of sea level rise predicted by 2070, which much more extensive flooding pushing into the proper neighborhood. What is at risk in 2070? Well, with all these flood paths, what's at risk are residences, critical infrastructure, Spalding Hospital, historic structures, job sectors, and public realm. A flood event in 2070 would impact 3,800 residences, 129 buildings, and just one event could cost over $600 million of damage. Next slide. This was a very competitive review process. We had 9 applicants, very well qualified respondents. However, the Arcadis team surpassed the others with their recent exposure. They just helped us complete the Charlestown Navy Yard Resilience Plan Phase 2 that was done through the Environment Department in the City of Boston. And they're also managing our Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park Resilience Plan. So they're an excellent candidate in selection. Next slide. Due to the importance of the Navy Yard, like Long Wharf, with valuable and recognized architecture in public realms such as Harbor Walk, these types of efforts need to be design-based, not solely engineering. Our goal is to preserve the sense of place that exists at the Navy Yard and to enhance the public experience. One architecture, which is a sub-consultant on the team, is very, very well suited for the Arcadis team. And I pulled up these 2 images just to show you examples of flood-resilient infrastructure in Boston, local infrastructure. The image to the left is Langone Popolo Park, where you see those folks sitting. It's actually a flood barrier, but it doesn't look like a flood barrier. It's well designed to be a great piece of the public realm. And to the right is a bird's eye view of Martin's Park next to the Children's Museum. So, we have great examples in Boston of what we're talking about for flood resilient infrastructure that has multiple purposes, at least dual purpose, to encourage access to the waterfront and maintain that connectivity. Next slide. So while we're focusing on our assets, we're equally engaged with designing, funding, and delivering coastal resilient infrastructure along Boston Harbor, particularly along current and near-term flood paths such as East Boston, Dorchester, and along the Four Point Channel. Our work is recognized nationally and internationally for addressing future flood vulnerable communities and critical infrastructure, while we're also engaged in tackling flood-prone areas. And this completes my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, questions or comments from the board?
Could you comment on how we're interfacing this work with the work of other public agencies, such as MassWork?
So the city's coastal resilient efforts, we've completed resilient plans in every neighborhood, included all the property owners, including Massport. We need work to occur on their properties, where their properties flank our properties. We engage with the National Park Service. Today, we brought the Army Corps of Engineers out on a boat tour to look at the harbor for a long-term coastal resilience plan. So we are engaged with stakeholders, including DCR, the MBTA, Mass DOT, recognizing that 50% of Boston's shoreline is owned by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. 30% is owned by private property that we're engaging with through Article 80 and our planning initiatives.
Thank you.
And I just want to say thank you, Rich, to you and your team. This is such important work. We all know that Superstorm Sandy a couple years ago occurred 5 hours earlier or later. It would have been absolutely devastating to our city. So really appreciate the great work you and your team are doing. It is so important.
Great, thank you.
All right. Any other questions or comments? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks so much, Richard.
Thank you.
Item number 6, request authorization to execute a contract with APC Development Group for building envelope repairs at the China Trade Center located at 2 Boylston Street in an amount not to exceed $4,363,240 and execute any necessary change orders required to complete the work in an amount not to exceed 10% of the contracted amount for a total maximum contract amount of $4,799,564. William.
Thank you again, Madam Chair and members of the board. This matter was last before you at the December 2023 board meeting to request authorization to advertise a public bid for this work. As you might recall, the China Trade Building is a 6-story historic building originally constructed in 1887. It is listed in the National Historic Register. It is occupied by several tenants, including the Chinatown Branch Library, as well as several nonprofit and higher educational learning institutions. The work of this project seeks to stabilize and preserve the historic building envelope under approval from the Boston Landmarks Commission by completing masonry repairs that were omitted from a 2007 project, which were later identified in a 2014 conditions assessment as a priority. This project was competitively bid and publicly advertised in January in accordance with Chapter 149 of the Massachusetts General Laws. We had 88 interested parties download the bid documents, and we received 5 general bids. Those were open and read aloud on March 14th. The lowest eligible and responsible bidder was APC Development Group for an amount of $4,363,240. All documents required by Chapter 149 and the invitation for bids has been submitted. BH+A, the architect of record for this project, has reviewed those bids and recommends award to APC as the lowest eligible bidder. The total contract award, as stated, is $4,799,564, and that includes a contingency of 10%. The work will be funded from the agency's FY24 capital budget. And with that, we'll request an authorization from the director to execute this contract. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
Mr. That's aye. Motion passes. Thanks,
Thank
William.
you.
Item number 7, request authorization to issue a request for proposals for a consultant to assist in the preparation of a citywide land use needs assessment in an amount not to exceed $1,400,000. Caitlin.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Polhemus, and Director Jemison. For the record, Caitlin Coppinger, Deputy Director of Comprehensive Planning. The vote I bring forth in front of you today is a request to advertise for consulting services with the citywide land use needs assessment. The BPDA aims to shift from a reactive approach focused on private development proposals to a proactive citywide planning for Bostonians' needs. We believe that this study is a necessary step to meet this goal. Next slide, please. To complete this study, we're seeking a consultant team who will evaluate key topics and trade-offs based on the shared values of the BPDA and the future city planning department. These goals include growing Boston's population to 800,000 while preventing displacement, increasing school-age families, enhancing housing affordability, balancing access to city services, improving accessible open spaces, fostering local businesses, and attracting new enterprises. The consultant, in partnership with the BPDA and the Planning Department, will create a citywide land use needs assessment to assess and identify land use needs, gaps, and opportunities, compile and analyze data to pinpoint existing deficiencies and potential areas for growth and development, analyze economic, demographic, and physical trends to inform strategic land use planning, recommend resources and tools for equitable growth, and ensuring coordinated and inclusive development for the city's future. Additionally, they will develop a multi-step strategy using mixed methodologies and established metrics, and create effective strategies to engage residents and stakeholders citywide, especially hard-to-reach populations, to understand the unmet needs and establish a vision for equitable growth across the city. The consultant will develop a multi-step strategy. Sorry, my apologies. I was rewriting the next sentence. Rereading the last sentence. Feel free to go to the next slide, please. We anticipate that this project will take approximately 18 months and require around $1.4 million spread across 2 fiscal years. The first $800,000 has been allocated for this year, with the remaining funds to be requested in the following fiscal year. The contract will produce 2 key deliverables. 1, an interactive online platform for engagement and displaying findings, and 2, a final report that details their methods, engagement processes, and findings, including influencing factors in land use gaps, in needs and opportunities for redevelopment, an analysis of whether Boston should build or expand its tools, partner with a nonprofit, or identify community benefit deliverables, evaluation and recommendations for land use policies to promote equity, sustainability, and social well-being, and potential policy interventions, best practices, and recommendations for future land use acquisitions or co-location of assets. And additionally, it will also produce a future land use map or alternative land use scenarios for Boston. I'm happy to answer any questions that this board may have about the request to advertise vote in front of you.
Okay, thank you, Caitlin. Any questions or comments from the board?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just say I really appreciate the shift to something more proactive within which we can evaluate development projects that are presented to the city. And I guess my question is, how does this differ from the neighborhood master plans that are also either have been done recently or, are underway? Is this a completely different animal? Is there overlap there?
Yes, that's a great question. So our goal is not to recreate the wheel of things that have been recently done. It's really to kind of bring all of those resources and things that we've done together in one strategic document. So what has been done, we do not want to recreate the wheel, such as other needs assessments or plans or things like that. So we'll really be having the consultant confirm what those recommendations or policies that were completed in those plans and making sure that they're in this document.
Thanks, Caitlin.
Any questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, the motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Landsberg?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
The chair votes aye, motion passes. Thanks, Caitlin. Item number 8, request authorization to issue a request for proposals for a commercial property management contractor to manage operations, reporting, maintenance, capital assessment, and tenant coordination for the China Trade Center building located at 2 Boylston Street for a term of 3 years with 2 one-year extension options in an amount not to exceed $350,000 annually. Rebecca.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm before you today to request permission to advertise and issue an RFP to hire a commercial property management contractor for the China Trade Building. The China Trade Center building is located at 2 Boylston Street in downtown Boston near Chinatown and is tenanted by the Chinatown Library, educational institutions, nonprofit organizations, and a digital textbook provider. The 6-story building is listed on the National Register of Historic Places since 1983, and the BPDA acquired the building in 1993. The commercial property management services will include operations, reporting, maintenance, capital assessment, annual budgeting assistance, and tenant coordination. Management and operation of the China Trade Center will include oversight of janitorial services, tenant relationships, and will produce annual budgets, regular financial reporting, and invoice review and payment. The awarded contract shall be for a term of 3 years, with the BPDA holding 2 one-year extension options that may be exercised at our sole discretion. In the event that the BPDA exercises both options, the total contract term shall be for 5 years. The contract will be funded through the BPDA fiscal year 25 operating budget and will be advertised with a fee not to exceed an amount of $350,000 per year. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board?
How was this budget number arrived at? What extent is it based on our prior experience?
It is absolutely based on the prior experience, and we work closely with our budget team to identify what the appropriate target is. So we currently have a contract for these services in place presently with Colliers, and so we based that budget and the spend that we've experienced year in year to arrive at what this budget should be for the next 5 years.
Thank you.
Great. Additional questions or comments? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Landsberg?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 9, request authorization to issue an invitation for bids for grass cutting and landscaping services on Boston Redevelopment Authority owns properties citywide. Rebecca.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I am before you today to seek authorization to solicit bids for grass cutting and landscape services at multiple BRA-owned properties citywide. The scope of services will consist of furnishing all necessary labor, materials, equipment, transportation, supplies, and services for landscape and grass cutting on these parcels across the city of Boston, ranging from approximately 1,000 to 40,000 square feet. The IFB will be publicly advertised pursuant to Chapter 30B and include advertising with local newspapers and the BPDA website, combis, and goods and services bulletin. The awarded contract term will be for 1 year, with the BPDA holding 2 one-year extension options. Funding for this project will be through the BPDA operating budget, and the cost is not expected to exceed $80,000 per year. Thanks, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions or comments from the board? Great, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So move.
Second.
We'll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
The chair votes aye, motion passes. Thanks, Rebecca.
Thank you.
Item number 10, request authorization to issue an invitation for bids for the construction of the Peace Park in Charlestown, also known as Vernon Street Plaza. William, you're back.
I'm back. Thank you again, Madam Chair. This matter was last before you at the November 2023 meeting to authorize acquisition of this parcel from MassDOT. As you might recall, the Peace Park, originally known as the Mount Vernon Street Plaza, is located between Lowney Way, Mount Vernon Street, and Prospect Street in the Charlestown neighborhood and right underneath the Tobin Bridge. The property is approximately 5,600 square feet. The BPDA acquired it from MassDOT in April of this year. Through a community-driven process, the City of Boston awarded a Community Preservation Award of $500,000 to design and reconstruct this park, as envisioned by community stakeholders, park users, and advocates. This request here authorizes the release of an invitation for bids to construct the improvements funded by the CPA award. The bid package has been prepared by landscape architect KZLA. It will be advertised following the Commonwealth of Massachusetts requirements under MGL Chapter 3039M. The opportunity will be posted on the BPDA's website and bulletin boards, the Boston Herald, the state's combine system, and we will directly market it with MBE and WBE firms and various online training locations. The construction contract will be awarded to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder after being brought back to the board for approval. The total work is estimated at $650,000, and it will be funded from both the City of Boston's CPA award that I mentioned earlier, as well as external philanthropic funding that was secured by the Charlestown Coalition, who initially held the City of Boston CPA grant. We anticipate returning to the board with a recommendation for award in August, followed by a construction start early in the fall. So with that, we're asking for authorization for the Secretary to advertise and issue this invitation for bids. Happy to answer any questions you may.
Great. Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So move.
Second.
We'll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 11, request authorization to issue an invitation for bids for the rehabilitation of the east-facing seawall at Longworth in the downtown Central Wharf District. William.
All right, so this one was before you last in July of 2022 to get authorization to enter into the contract with Boston Construction and Environment, who is the engineer of record for this project. As you might recall, the agency has been working to stabilize the seawall of Long Wharf since 2001. The latest effort was completed on the south face in 2021. This particular project will continue those efforts along the east face, which is the harbor-facing side of Long Wharf. We'll be installing a new bulkhead. We'll be resetting the historic granite blocks that have been subject to settlement and displacement by heightened wave activity and larger propeller action from the ferries that are out. The bid package has been prepared by FOC. It will be advertised under Chapter 3039M. Construction contract will be brought back to the board for award to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. The work estimated of this project is $1.5 million. It will be funded from the FY24 capital budget, which also includes an allocation from the City of Boston's capital funds. We anticipate returning to the board with a recommendation to award in August, followed by a construction start early in the fall. Just for interest, this work is necessary to accommodate any future improvements for coastal resiliencies. We're very excited to shore up the foundation of the seawall so that Rich and his team can figure out exactly what to do to make it more resilient. So with that, asking for authorization for the Secretary to issue this invitation for bids, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
We'll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Good luck with that. Shore it up.
Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
Great. Item number 12, request authorization to issue a certificate of completion for the successful completion of improvements on parcel R-54C in the Charlestown Urban Renewal Area. Project number Mass R-55, located at 9 Armory Street pursuant to the land disposition agreement by and between the Boston Redevelopment Authority doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency and Francis E. Fisher and Ruth E. Fisher, dated August 31st, 1979. This is a certificate of completion, so no presentation. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
We'll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 13. Request authorization to petition the Zoning Commission to adopt text amendments to Article 37, Article 80, and Article 2 of the Zoning Code to establish net zero carbon zoning in support of sustainability requirements for new buildings and meeting the city's carbon neutrality goals. Astrid.
Thank you. Good evening, good afternoon, Chair Rojas, Secretary Polhemus, Chief Jemerson, and members of the board. My name is Astrid Walker-Stewart, and I am a zoning reform planner at the BPDA. I, along with my colleague Travis Anderson, a senior infrastructure and energy planner at the BPDA, are going to present the net zero carbon zoning we've been working on with the city's environment department. Next slide, please. We will first discuss the context from which this proposal arises, specifically the city's carbon neutrality goals and what they mean, followed by providing an overview of the city's current efforts to decarbonize new buildings, and then walk through the net zero carbon proposal and how it builds off of the city's existing policies, to discuss the feedback we heard, and then outline the next steps. Next slide, please. Throughout this presentation, we will be talking about two types of emissions from buildings, embodied carbon and building emissions, as you can see on the graphic below. Building emissions are what most people are familiar with. They are the greenhouse gas emissions that come from a building's operations, like the emissions that come from a stove or associated with producing electricity. The embodied carbon is the emissions that come from the stages of a product's lifespan. So, for example, it's the emissions associated with the extraction, production, transportation of the bricks that went into City Hall Plaza, for instance. Unsurprisingly, this is a harder component to measure as there are many variables at play. However, it's really important to consider as they account for almost half of a building's total greenhouse gas emissions over its lifespan. Next slide, please. Existing buildings account for nearly 70% of our community's carbon emissions. Fossil fuels and electricity power the majority of buildings' operations. Next slide, please. And so the reason we're here today with this proposal is because buildings can be designed to minimize emissions and their climate impact and reduce that 70% figure that I mentioned in the previous slide. And they can do that by increasing buildings' energy efficiency, reducing reliance on fossil fuels, and that's the term we use is decarbonize, and then also, of course, using renewable energy. Next slide, please. Currently, Boston is producing more emissions than it is offsetting. We are in a carbon imbalance. Next slide. And as identified in Boston's Climate Action Plan in 2019, the city is committed to achieving carbon neutrality by 2050 through significant reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. And this proposal is one of the initiatives the city has put forward to advance toward this crucial and timely deadline. Next slide, please. Travis, pass it to you.
Thanks, Astrid. Thanks, Madam Chair, members of the board. Travis Anderson, Senior Infrastructure and Energy Planner here at the BPDA. Next slide. So I'm going to talk about a little bit of more near-term historical context in terms of building emissions and building emission decarbonization. In December of 2023, Boston's Building Emissions Reduction Disclosure Ordinance was adopted. The regulations were adopted for existing buildings. Next slide. Boston Burdos sets annual emission standards and applies to buildings that are 15 units or above at the residential scale or 20,000 square feet or above at the non-residential or commercial scale. And this is really set up to reduce building emissions for existing buildings down to zero over time. And as Astrid alluded to, that would be the 2050 goal. Next slide. The Burdo established different standards or emission standards by building type, as you can see here on the chart on the right. Those emission limits decline over time in 5-year increments, again, setting that course and pathway to zero once a building is in operation. Next slide, please. We also have the state energy code that really regulates energy conservation measures at the building level. Next slide, please. In January 2024, the City of Boston adopted the specialized code, which is sort of more of the most stringent portion of the code that the state has in place. There are actually 3 building code types. There's the base code or the current energy base code. There's layered upon that is the stretch code with amendments, which was kind of a previous version. And then most recently, they introduced the specialized stretch code with appendices. Next slide, please. The specialized stretch energy code requires very high levels of energy efficiency for building types. It incentivizes electrification for building uses. Any building that's mixed fuel, which means it has both electric and other energy sources for heating or cooling, need to be pre-wired for electrification and install solar where feasible. This is really, driving a lot of the energy conservation measures on site. Next slide, please. And at the residential level, projects are required to go for passive house certification. This is for projects that are 12,000 square feet or above or multifamily buildings. Passive house has really high levels of energy efficiency standards for space heating and cooling, and is one of the more kind of demonstrated energy efficiency metrics out there. Next slide, please. So in combination of all these 2 elements, these most recent adoptions, I'm going to now pass it back to Astrid to discuss how zoning can also support further decarbonization within the city.
Thanks, Travis. Next slide, please. So this is where the zoning proposal fits in. So I'll walk through the proposal and our engagement and feedback we've heard. So next slide, please. So the proposal draft was released on April 26th. We had a 32-day comment period during which we hosted a public meeting, 4 office hours, and then followed by a closeout public meeting. We had a lot of great conversations and received a fair amount of comments and comment letters throughout this process. Next slide. A summary of the key topics we heard during engagement. We received a lot of feedback on the date the zoning would go into effect and the filing cutoff. We heard requests for more clarity on the review process and expectations, feedback on the embodied carbon reporting and sustainability certifications, and there were also concerns voiced about the impact on development. So during the discussion of the proposal, I will address these key points and offer some rationale behind the decisions, as it's important context to understand this proposal. Next slide, please. So the existing Article 37, what the zoning code currently has, requires LEED certifiable. So large projects undergo design review to ensure that all major building products are designed and constructed with measures in place to minimize adverse environmental impacts. Next slide. The net zero carbon proposal builds off of the existing article, maintaining the LEED certifiable requirement, and introduces 2 new requirements to align with the city's carbon neutrality goals. The first one is we're introducing a requirement net zero building emissions, and the second one is we're requiring reporting on embodied carbon. So we're looking at addressing the two key emissions I discussed at the beginning of the presentation. Next slide. We received feedback about maintaining the LEED certifiable requirement. We heard feedback to require more stringent LEED standards. We heard support for maintaining the LEED certifiable as proposed. And then lastly, we heard that we should remove the requirement to allow flexibility to pursue other certification pathways. We are continuing with maintaining the LEED certifiable requirement as we recognize the importance of additional sustainability review. There's also familiarity with the review process with both developers and internally creating continuity with the review process, which we think is important. And keeping it at LEED certifiable levels does allow flexibility to pursue other rigorous sustainability certifications if developers so choose. Next slide, please. The net zero carbon requirements applies to new construction filing a project notification form on or after July 1st, 2025. And this applies to new buildings greater than 20,000 square feet, new buildings with 15 units or more, and additions with 50,000 square feet. The net zero carbon zoning does not apply to renovations, changes of use, for instance, office to residential conversions, and additions smaller than 50,000 square feet. And the reason behind this is we want to encourage building reuse and preservation of existing buildings that promotes low embodied carbon. Next slide, please. So the bulk of the feedback we heard centered around the effective date and the filing cutoff. We heard that the proposal should establish clear expectations upon a project's filing. Requirements should not be introduced mid-review or at the end of a project's review. We heard a desire for an earlier effective date because reducing building emissions is an important step to address climate change as soon as possible. And then we also heard desire for a later effective date because projects need time to prepare, aligning with sort of the electrical grid, relying on more sustainable sources. And we also heard there's a concern that this proposal will stall desired development in Boston, and concern around supply chain and the electric grid capacity disruption concerns. Next slide, please. So in terms of establishing clear expectation, the net zero carbon applies to projects filing a PNF, so at the beginning of a project's review. This establishes clear expectation upon a project's filing and ensures that the applicability of net zero carbon requirements is not affected by arbitrary events. For instance, Article 80 approval date can change outside of a proponent's control, so we want to make sure it's clear and predictable as possible. It also aligns with standard legal procedures and does not, again, subject projects to a mid-review to new requirements. Next slide. And why not introduce this proposal earlier to address building emissions? As Travis mentioned, the building code is the primary driver for on-site building emissions reductions, so it's already doing a lot of upfront work to address emissions. We're also aware that the new linkage fees went into effect in January 2024, and IDP requirements will also go into effect in October, so a net zero carbon July 1st, 2025 effective date ensures projects are not subject to increased costs all at once. We also want to provide time for projects teams to prepare ahead of adoption. And then lastly, we need time to develop the compliance pathways, the documentations that developers will submit. And then next slide. And why not introduce a proposal at a later effective date? The mayor and the city's climate action plan, as I mentioned in the beginning, are really prioritizing achieving carbon neutrality for new buildings. Again, the building code primarily dictates mechanical systems requirements. We are allowing over a year to prepare for net zero carbon compliance requirements, and we're also introducing a phased-in requirement to achieve net zero carbon for labs, general manufacturing, and hospitals, which I will discuss very shortly. Next slide, please. So new project filings will be required to meet the net zero carbon emission standards starting July 1st, 2025. And the graph on the right highlights that I'm going to start referring to it as NZC because it's a mouthful. NZC accelerates the existing Berto timeline for new buildings, so they're meeting the net zero emissions in 2025 as opposed to 2050. So buildings will demonstrate during the BPDA review process that they're designed to be net zero ready. Once a building is in operation, compliance with the net zero emissions will be demonstrated through Berto's existing compliance mechanisms and annual reporting pathways. So we're building off of Berto's existing systems. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, for hospitals and general manufacturing uses, given their complexities related to mechanical systems to achieve zero emissions, their unique energy demands and specialized equipment, they will have phased-in requirements. So again, looking at this graph, on the blue column show the existing Berto requirements, what they would be currently expected to meet and then in the green that shows the net zero carbon standard. So we're accelerating the timeline, stepping down to net zero in 2045, as opposed to, again, 2050. Next slide, please. Similarly, labs will also have phased-in net zero requirements, slightly more accelerated than hospitals and labs, or hospitals and general manufacturing, stepping down to net zero in 2035, as you can see in green, again related to complexities due to their unique energy demands and technology constraints related to peak energy demands. Next slide, please. And last but not least, the zoning introduces embodied carbon reporting. So large buildings greater than 50,000 square feet will be required to provide structure and enclosure life cycle assessments. And then smaller buildings will be required to report on their embodied carbon through a checklist and sustainability narrative. So general embodied carbon review for smaller teams. So an example that we have on the slide is working with developers and asking them, like, what is their low carbon healthy material strategy, and then a more thorough review for bigger teams. So we're cognizant of different teams' capacities at different scales, so that's why there's that split. Next slide, please. We get a lot of support and excitement around embodied carbon reporting and suggestions on how to collect data, recommendations to align with other municipalities like Cambridge and Newton's embodied carbon reporting standards, and then also feedback that we should introduce requirements in addition to reporting. So we've flagged that our next steps include, again, collaborating with industry leaders on methodology to collect embodied carbon data, looking to align with other municipalities, and then eventually, once we collect enough data, the goal is to establish future requirements. Next slide, please. So without the zoning, we have the pathway that is currently in place now. The specialized stretch code addresses buildings as well as Berto, and once Berto goes into operation, buildings will be expected to have declining emissions by 2050. Next slide, please. With net zero carbon, we are looking to accelerate the timeline to achieve net zero emissions for new buildings in 2025. Next slide. Travis, how do we comply?
Thanks, Astrid. I'll walk everyone through an overview of net zero carbon compliance, and then we'll discuss a little bit of next steps. So next slide, please. Projects will come in as they do now with their initial filing or project notification form, at which time they will go under review with some of our content experts around sustainability to ensure that the projects are designed to be net zero ready once they're in operation. This will fall in line with current practice, where a project comes in with its initial filing, it has its design construction requirement milestone, and then once it goes for certificate of occupancy, there's also a sort of milestone, design review milestone there. Next slide, please. Once that certificate of occupancy is achieved and we check the box on the net zero ready compliance, then that's where the handoff really occurs to Berto, which will enforce compliance once the building is existing and in operation. Next slide, please. Under Berto, there's different pathways in order to achieve this net zero compliance. As we've mentioned quite a few times, there's the on-site building reductions, which can be achieved by demonstrating compliance with the specialized energy code, the incorporation of on-site renewables. Also, projects will have the ability to purchase eligible renewable energy credits to reduce emissions from electricity only. Another pathway that projects can take is alternative compliance payments. These will be paid into an equitable emissions investment fund, which will support further building decarbonization, especially with environmental justice communities in Boston. So this is kind of like the holistic compliance frameworks that projects will be able to opt into once they've demonstrated that they achieve this net zero readiness. Next slide. And just to reinforce kind of the goals here, it's support for decarbonization of new buildings, really to help reduce future expensive building retrofits down the line to achieve net zero compliance. It's also intended to help accelerate the adoption of renewable energy and position Boston as a climate leader at the forefront of building sustainability. Next slide. In order to achieve these goals, the anticipated costs around this is based on current 2023-2024 energy market pricing, Mass Class 1 RECs, in order for a project that is meeting the specialized energy code, we're seeing about a 3 to 4 cent increase per kilowatt hour to purchase those RECs. Kind of breaks down to about 14 to 26 cents per square foot for housing, and for high energy users about $1.30 to $1.70 per square foot. I want to just highlight there are other pathways such as power purchase agreements for more sophisticated teams to undertake, and those would have additionality. There's requirements under BPDA and pathways that they can achieve different nuances in terms of cost. The ACPs, or the alternative compliance payments, for mixed fuel buildings in our modeling is showing about a 0.6 to 5.5% of total operations costs. So once those sort of get added into and factored into the project's operation annually. And then there's also a great strategy for Boston Community Choice Electricity Green 100, which currently that kilowatt hour is on parity with Eversource's current supply rate, but that'll adjust at the end of July. So we'll have to keep an eye on where those kilowatt hours sort of align. But again, that's a great pathway for affordable housing or other smaller scale projects to take to achieve net zero. Next slide. So next steps that we foresee in the future. Next slide, please. Ideally, we will go to the Zoning Commission in July. As Astrid mentioned, we are going to work directly with small project and large project teams on compliance, guidance, and educational outreach. I think that's a big component, especially when we look to the July 2015 date. And then 2025 date. And then we're also going to collaborate more holistically with industry experts and leaders. There's a lot happening in terms of methodology and modeling around embodied carbon that we're keeping an eye on. And we want to make sure that we're aligning quite well with industry standards in order to have a really efficient design review. And then another aspect of this, kind of a little bit in parallel, is the development of an equitable electrification plan, and really that's starting to address a little bit more of energy infrastructure siting across the city more holistically, especially looking at areas that might have capacity constraints. Next slide. So I just want to conclude here and thank you, and we'll take any questions.
Thank you, great presentation. Questions or comments from the board?
Yes, excuse me, through the chair. Travis and Astrid, thank you very much, and staff, thank you for the presentation and the research. I would guess my only question would be, with the added cost of building in the city of Boston, is anyone afraid of development slowing down in the city of Boston and maybe going in the outskirts of Boston due to the fact of, I mean, you can name it from inflation to, interest rates and things of that nature, and then added linkage fees and things. Are we looking into that as well?
Yeah, we've definitely heard others with concerns on that. And I think, what this is doing is part of the longer-term effective date is helping to address that. We understand that the markets might change, and we're actively tracking those. But we've heard that concern in the past, but that is not the intent of this zoning, is to focus development elsewhere by any means.
Thank you.
Thanks for all the work on this. I mean, it takes an incredible amount of intent, but also a tremendous amount of technical work to move the city, to a greener place. And you guys have done a lot of technical work on this, and just commend the effort. I'm excited to, be at this point with it.
Yeah, I have no questions other than a quick comment. Astrid, Travis, thank you for that great presentation. Thank you also to Hannah Payne and her team from the Environment Department. This is incredibly exciting for me. It's one of the first votes I take as a board member. I'm old enough to have been around with Mayor Menino when we did the first BERDO, which was benchmarking, and then with Mayor Walsh on the BERDO 2.0 amendment, which was building standards. It is unsurprising that Mayor Wu is taking it to even the next level. This is something that cities must do. Your slide is something that I think about often, the fact that we talk about emissions in our city, 2/3 come from our buildings. This is the existential threat of our time in terms of climate change, and it's up to cities to lead, and Boston certainly has led on that and will continue to. So I just say hats off, well done across the board. And also a shout out to so many of the tireless advocates who have been working on this for a decade plus. It's been a great collaborative effort. I think the outreach has been superb. I think the communication and interaction and coalition building is incredibly noteworthy, and I know that will continue as we hopefully are able to pass this at the Zoning Commission and gear up towards next year. So job well done across the board.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll go. I really appreciate the format of your presentation of being very clear and transparent on the feedback that we've received and the feedback and the agency's response to that. I think it really helped to, at least it's helping me as a board member to make kind of a very clear decision on what the trade-offs are here, right? Especially when it comes to to speed, and it's just really clear on what we're doing and why. And so I just want to thank you for just the way you shared that. I do have one question. So what kind of budgetary impact does this have on the agency? Is this going to kind of require outside consultants? Do we have in-house people to be able to manage the compliance processes and just all the new technical knowledge, right, that's needed to support this? And you could just.
Hi, Chair Rojas. Hi, Commissioners. I can answer that question. So we used a consultant to do some of the studies to really help us make the best decision around implementation dates and timing. That's something that we felt was really important in the development of these recommendations. What we did arrive at kind of after all of that, though, and actually as a part of all of this, was that we would be planning on working really closely with the Office of the Environment, and I know Ashwin and Travis mentioned them at the top of the presentation. This is obviously something that's so deeply tied to the work that they have been doing over the course of several years, and as these recommendations took shape, it really made sense to kind of continue down the path of ensuring that we're 1,000% aligned with the work that they've been doing through BPDA. And so the intent on a forward-moving basis is to make sure that our staff who have been involved in our Article 37 reviews on the kind of project preparation in advance award side, continue to be involved. But on the back end, when it comes to that question of compliance, it really is about ensuring that this process continues to be one that is moving in lockstep with the BPDA team at Office of the Environment. And to that end, there is no additional kind of budgetary impact expected for BPDA or city planning staff, but really that we continue to make sure that this is a collaborative process. One of the questions that did come up over the course of our kind of development and vetting of this proposal was around what our kind of checklist and process might look like, and there's still definitely details that need to be kind of locked in, which is also something that kind of helps us with some of the lead time that has been put in terms of the effective date of this change. But recognizing that there are checklists and processes that we can build off of based on the current Article 37 review and on the BPDA review and compliance, the team is really committed to making sure that we're creating a seamless transition into compliance with regard to this particular item, and one that doesn't come at significant added cost in terms of staff deliverable on our end.
Great, no, thank you. That was very helpful. Yeah, I think that was the only question I had. Anybody else have any other questions or comments? Okay, hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
This is extremely exciting. So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Good luck at the zoning commission. We'll see you later.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 14. Request authorization to issue a scoping determination waiving further review pursuant to Article 80B, Large Project Review of the Zoning Code, for the proposed construction of 318 residential rental units, including 54 IDP units, 89 parking spaces, and 318 bicycle parking spaces located at 22 through 24 Pratt Street. Take all related actions. Daniel.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair Rojas, members of the board, Director Jemison, Secretary Paul Emus. My name is Daniel Polanco, and I'm the project manager for the proposed large Article 80 project before you tonight at 2224 Pratt Street, located in the Alston neighborhood. The project's proponent, HUSPP 22 Pratt LLC, is proposing a new construction of approximately 318-unit multifamily residential building with 4 elements, including approximately 7-story west wing with proposed building height of approximately 88 feet, and a 16-story element, which proposed building height of approximately 195 feet. This project also has approximately 7-story east wing with a building height of 85 feet, as well as approximately 89 below-grade vehicle parking spaces, residential amenities, public accessible landscape, open space, and other related site public real-time improvements. The proposed project anticipates mitigation community benefits for the Austin neighborhood and the city of Boston as a whole, such as an increased housing supply and affordability, with the percentage of affordable dwelling units increase of 17%, resulting in 54 on-site affordable dwelling units ranging from 50 to 70% AMI. Additionally, the project will work with to improve the pedestrian environment, mobility, and transportation, as long as also other public realm improvements. As part of Article 80 process on October 30, 2023, a virtual IAG meeting was held. The virtual IAG meeting was listed at the BPDA website. On November 6, 2023, a virtual public meeting was held, and a virtual meeting was advertised also in the Austin newspapers as well as listed on the BPDA website. In connection with the PNF, the proponent also had preliminary meetings with the BPDA, the MBTA, and developer owner of the Austin Green Project, as well as elected officials and the community group. Thank you for your time and consideration for tonight's project. I have the development team here ready to answer any questions for you. I will now turn it over to Michelle Yu to discuss the planning context. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Good afternoon, Chair Rojas, Secretary Belimas, members of the board, and Director Jameson. My name is Michelle Lee, and I am the BPDA Zoning Compliance Planner assigned to this project. The proposed project at 22 to 24 Pratt Street is located in the Alston-Brighton Neighborhood Zoning District within the Linden Street Local Industrial Subdistrict. This project is located in the formal industrial site that is situated next to the Alston I-90 and the MBTA right-of-way. In regards to transportation, the proposed project is 0.5 miles from the MBTA Harvard Avenue Green Line Station and 1 mile from the Boston Landing Commuter Rail Station. It is also serviced by multiple MBTA bus lines. Next slide, please. The proposed project also falls within the boundaries of the Alston-Brighton Needs Assessment, which was approved and adopted by the BPDA board in January 2024. As this project is proposing a transit-oriented multifamily residential building with 54 units of income-restricted housing, this is consistent with the need for accessible and affordable housing found in the Alston-Brighton Needs Assessment. Next slide, please. Zoning relief is recommended for the proposed project as the proposed use mix is consistent with the goal of the Alston-Brighton Needs Assessment. In regards to transportation, the sidewalk will be upgraded to meet complete street guidelines, and to comply with the bike parking guidelines, the proposed project will have space for a new 19-dock bike station. The development team will help activate the ground level residential amenities and a publicly accessible landscaped open space and dog park. Thank you, and now I will turn it over to the development team to present the project in more detail.
Thank you, Michelle, and good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. Thank you so much for allowing us to present this project. I'm Matt McCollum. I'm with the proponent team representing the development team at Hines. We've worked extensively with the BPDA, governmental authorities, BCDC, and the community to get to this point of really a well-designed project that'll enhance this neighborhood significantly. The full project team we've selected is highly focused on sustainability. We spoke a little bit about embodied carbon and creating really well-designed communities that integrate well with and improve the surrounding communities and neighborhood. We see this particular site as a really great opportunity to fulfill the need for housing, as mentioned, with market rate and significant on-site affordable, and use this as an opportunity to transform what's currently an industrial building and majority paved site to a project with substantial open green space with a multitude of uses for adjacent residents in the community. I'll now turn it over to Tamara Roy at Stantec to give a brief overview of the project.
Thank you, Matt, and hello, everyone. Thank you all for having us. I'm a design principal at Stantec Architecture Boston. With me is BK Boley, another design principal, as well as Rob Adams from Halverson Landscape Design. I think we can stick here for just a moment and say that while all of the stats in the right were covered here, the big move for this project was really to be a little bit more dense and push the project toward the northern side of the site in order to open up the south to 67% open space and create this amazing landscaped public realm improvement for the entire neighborhood. And we will go through and explain why that really benefits the entire neighborhood and not just this site. So next. The site is interesting. It's really wrapped on two sides by Pratt Street on the one hand with residential houses and the future Alston Green on another side at Linden Street, so kind of buried behind there. And then on our north side is a whole bunch of infrastructure, tracks and streets and I-90, which is partially why we felt fine pushing the density toward the north. Next. And then the character of the site currently is really just an empty, underused old industrial site with a one-story a pretty decrepit industrial building and a lot of pavement and gravel. Next. So I'm going to hand it to Rob here. He can talk about the open space.
Yep, Rob Adams with Halverson Design, landscape architecture, urban design firm. I think Tamara hit the nail on the head, so to speak, around the amount of publicly accessible open space. I've been using this word a lot, connectivity, but I think that's a good sign for some of our projects in Boston. I think this project is a great example of that. And so you'll see on this slide and on the next slide, don't advance yet, but you'll see how we're planning to make connections both to future projects as well as to much larger kind of regional transportation networks. So simply Pratt Street's on the bottom here, Linden, Boston Railroad on the north, and we have a vehicular and pedestrian access off of Pratt Street on the bottom right with the blue bike station and small, I'll say, back of sidewalk, little open spaces to make the space feel inviting and welcoming. We've maintained a circular kind of drop-off loop to give some real clarity to vehicular circulation. And you'll see in later slides, we've done, I think, some good work about reducing the scale and making it feel as pedestrian focused as possible. The service access happens to the right, but the real kind of guts of the project from an open space point of view is this open lawn, dog park, kind of entry parklet as well off of Pratt Street, well buffered, and the use of rainwater, stormwater collection, both in rain gardens. All of the surface runoff will hit softscape. A majority of the surface runoff will hit softscape before it gets into the stormwater system. And then this kind of great demising line, if you will, between the tenant amenity space, which is really focused around that kind of middle portion of the building. You see the row of trees along the face of the building. That'll be, essentially dedicated to the tenants and some private patios. And we have an emergency egress lane that runs right below those rows of trees and above the open lawn and then heads back to the back corner. That's to allow emergency vehicle access and fire truck access, but it does a great job, we think, of creating that demising line between tenant space, which is very limited along the face of the building, and this really great public realm to the south. There is an amenity terrace to the north, and we have a shaded tree buffer along the northern property line as well. I'll say this project has benefited greatly, I think, from the back and forth with BCDC and urban design. And so there's been some real kind of moves that I think have brought us to a much better place. On the next slide, please, you'll see the Alston Green project overlaid. We won't be making those connections initially, but we won't be doing anything that preclude them from happening in the future, right? So no big trees, no retaining walls, ability to easily grade out those connections. And so you see in the bottom corner, if you will, just a simple pedestrian sidewalk to that slot between their buildings on Pratt Street, a slightly more elaborate connection to this little paseo or passage courtyard that they have off their Linden Street space. And so providing that vertical transition. In most places, we only have 18 to 24 inches of grade change between us and the neighboring Alston Green. We have a little bit more on that kind of western side, and so there'll be a series of stairs, a ramp or sloped walkway, depending on how the future goes. And then lastly, you'll see along outside of our property, this People's Pike. It's been a kind of concept given a lot of the work that's been happening there along the Pike. Can there be this regional connector that happens along the Pike? And so we will provide the opportunity for that connection to happen when and if it happens in the future. And so I think that's a really powerful part around this connectivity, connecting to that regional network as well as the properties on the back. And if you can just go back one slide, I think, just so we can see what's phase one. Again, all this infrastructure, all this great work from day one, and allowing those future, if you advance to the next slide forward, allowing those future connections to happen. And again, the real point is not precluding those things from happening. Next slide, please. And I think real quickly, just you get a sense of the scale of the space. It's actually pretty lovely. Tamara, I can't remember, mentioned, but it's south-facing, which is really unusual, and the Alston Green project is relatively low buildings. So that open space will receive a really nice amount of solar gain during the day. And you can see kind of the welcoming aspect, having picnic tables, seating of a variety of types, and then the big open lawn in the background. And then again, you see this kind of tenant space behind this row of trees, clearly defined as tenant area in the public realm happening to the left of that. And I think we'll see a picture later on that describes some of the material treatments of the drop-off that really start to humanize that space. Next, please. Tamara.
Right, so this view is, so I can just talk about the architecture a little bit because we did talk to the BCDC about that as well, but they were very complimentary about our ability to shape this building sort of organically so that the taller portion did end up in the sort of center of the site, and then the 7-story wing that reaches out toward Alston Green seemed in scale with that side. And then we've given a gap, just a 1-story amenity link between that and the other 7-story building, which is also part of the same complex to the right. And then, we've determined the materiality to be a little bit different, so it does feel like a compilation of buildings that have come over time rather than just one superstructure, and broken it down into different materials and warm colors. Next. And if we come around to the other side, next slide, please. Right, this is the north side. Similarly, you can see the sort of verticality of that moment of the 16-story building. Oops. I think this is somehow going back again.
There you go.
Next slide. Yep. Okay. Anyway, we have many sustainability features. Certainly, we're all electric, no combustion and no emissions. Meeting Passive House. There's a lot of bike storage on site, as well as EV charging stations. We're targeting LEED Gold. I think I don't want to read all of these, but it's a fulsome list of sustainability features. Of course, a lot of them around the open space as well. Next. Next slide, please. And then Matt, would you like to take this slide?
Yeah, the neighborhood benefit, I think the slides are skipping. But yeah, in terms of, it was mentioned, the sustainability focus of our project team, obviously our design, and as we move forward with the construction of it, keeping a focus on things that were like that, embodied carbon, and as we construct the building. We talked a lot about the open space, providing bike opportunities with blue bike stations immediately adjacent to our site, allowing for that connection to the potential future People's Pipe, which would make for a great place. 60 new trees in this neighborhood. There's a lot of concrete, as I mentioned, on the site here. To really activate the area, provide significant amount of green space. And we talked about the general housing supply and the on-site affordable total of 54 units. Committed to diversity, equity, and inclusion. We've done that with our existing consultant team, and we'll continue to do so as we move forward and ultimately select a general contractor, and that will ultimately provide for a significant amount of on-site, construction jobs during the construction period. Next slide, please. One of the big items as a real focus point, and we received some feedback on, was increasing the affordable component. We've increased to 17, as I mentioned, the 54 units. We also have deepened our affordability AMI ranges to 50 to 70%. And we also have a significant amount of 2 and 3 bedroom opportunities at this project, which is significantly more than a lot of the other competitive projects here, offering for larger units for families and people to enjoy the 2 and 3 bedroom opportunities here that there aren't a ton of in this area. Next slide. And that is it. And this is just a recap of everything, and we'll open up to questions.
Well, if it's okay, I'd like to just make one other statement, which is that that certainly we've done a lot of public meetings, in the past, and didn't expect some community pushback to the height on this project, and surprisingly got very little. And I think it was because people really, really understood the diagram. They got that if we were able to go a little higher and a little more dense, that we could make this amazing open space, and we could top 60% of the site as being green. And that, and really the questions they had were more about, just improvements to how people get in and out of the site. How can we make more pollinators and more bird-friendly and, nature-friendly strategies, and, increase the depth of the affordability, which the client really did. And so I just want to give you that context as well of the public meetings. They were generally very, very positive. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Well, I just want to say that I especially coming after your, your last comment there, just really appreciate the significance of how you design this interesting parcel. I know all of Boston's parcels are interestingly shaped, but yeah, just using so much for open space and designing it in a way that builds community intently.
Yeah, we really turned a backyard into a front yard.
Yeah,
I think Councilor Breeden was so on point where she said, this is a neighborhood that lacks so much green. Mm-hmm. And so with that connection to the People's Pike, it became a front yard. It will become. Once that is able to go in, this is a public space. It's not a privatized space. It's a very interesting thing that, as Rob said, is connective tissue to Alston Green, to Pratt and Linden Street, to the rest of the residential neighborhood, and to, much wider connections beyond. And so from an urban design standpoint, we felt really, really strongly about that. Thanks, Priscilla.
Yeah, no, it's again really, really exciting. You could have walled it off, and kept all of that, but you didn't, and that is meaningful. Yeah, just wanted to say that. Any other questions or comments? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Good luck.
Thank you.
With all the pollinators.
Thank you.
And the land. That's exciting. I'm excited.
Thank you.
Great. So, let's see. What time is it? Should I just go? Let's do one more before we take our brief 5-minute break. Let's do number 15. Request authorization to issue a certification of approval pursuant to Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code for the proposed construction of 26 fully affordable IDP rental units, 7 car parking spaces and 32 bicycle parking spaces located at 157 Humboldt Avenue and 64 Wambeck Street, also known as the, I don't know how to say that, the Nehemiah, sorry, development project, and to take all related actions. Camille. Nehemiah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, members of the board, Director Jemison, Secretary Bohemus. My name is Camille Platt, and I'm a project manager at the BPDA. Proposed project before you is an Article 80 small project, which is located at 157 Humboldt Avenue and 64 Wambeck Street, which is also known as the Nehemiah Development in the Dorchester neighborhood of Boston. Nehemiah Development is a joint venture between the Pleasant Hill Baptist Church and Nuestra Comunidad Development Corporation.
The proposed project is for an approximately 15,740 square foot contiguous area of land, also known as the project site, located again at 157 Humboldt and 64 Wambeck in Dorchester on the Roxbury line. The project site currently contains a vacant building fronting 157 Humboldt Avenue. The new construction project will create 26 units of much-needed family rental housing. This development, located again on the Dorchester-Roxbury line, entails the demolition of a blighted vacant building and adjacent lot with sustainable and energy-efficient family housing. The project will offer approximately a 2,000 square feet of vibrant community space for the future residents and community. The project site sits across the street from an active playground known as the Trotter School Playground and is several blocks north of Boston's Franklin Park. The design consists of a 4-story L-shaped building that will hold 7 one-bedroom units, 15 two-bedrooms, and 4 three-bedroom units. The articulating process began in September of 2023. A public meeting was held that was distributed to the BPDA email list and advertised accordingly. It resulted in a really fruitful meeting and conversation that directed the development team to what you will see today. And I'd like to thank the Roxbury and Dorchester communities who have consistently worked within the Article 80 process over the last 10 months and really beyond, who helped to shape the project that you are about to see. I'll now turn it over to Ford Del Vecchio to walk us through the planning context that was considered in reviewing this project before the development team begins their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Camille. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Good evening, Chair Rojas, Secretary Polimas, members of the board, and Director Jemison. My name is Ford Del Vecchio, and I'm the BPDA Zoning Compliance Reviewer assigned to this project. The parcel at 157 Humboldt Ave is located in the Dorchester neighborhood, a few blocks north of Franklin Park and directly south of the Trotter School Playground across Wambeck Street. Humboldt Ave is designated a main boulevard in the Roxbury Neighborhood Zoning Code, which comes with special design guidelines. Humboldt Ave is considered a crucial connection between the residential and the commercial aspects of Roxbury. Along this main boulevard are over a half dozen MBTA bus stops, including 32, 34, 36, 38, and 44 bus routes, as well as being located around a mile or 25-minute walk from Stony Brook Orange Line Station to the west. The proposed project corners the Pleasant Hill Baptist Church on 2 sides, and the church is a partner and major supporter of the project. The area immediately around the proposed project site is defined by large one-family homes and smaller multifamily residences, with triple deckers being common along and around the boulevard. The sidewalks within the area are wide and well-maintained, with the road being 1 lane in both directions. There are 2 larger parks nearby, the Trotter School Playground and the Crawford Street Playground. There is currently no applicable local plan for the area of the project site, so planning staff reviewed this project within the context of neighborhood amenities and built form, and city policies such as complete streets. In addition, citywide plans such as Imagine Boston 2030, the Urban Forest Plan, and the Roxbury Strategic Master Plan were used to inform decisions that planners made in the review of their project. Key elements of the Roxbury Strategic Master Plan include the enhancement of the civic and cultural environment, promoting a diverse economy and range of housing options, creating safer transportation connections and a lively public realm. Providing accessible, affordable housing is particularly critical to the degree of housing stability within the Roxbury community, as well as mitigate rising citywide housing costs. Next slide, please. With respect to zoning requirements, the proposed project site is located within the Boulevard Planning District overlay. Article 50 of the Boston Zoning Code codifies boulevard planning districts in the Roxbury neighborhood and establishes the design principles that projects must consider. Boulevards act as a buffer between the commercial and residential areas of Roxbury, providing a pathway from dense, mixed-use development to 1- and 2-family homes as one gets further away from the boulevard. The overall purpose of these guidelines are to preserve or enhance the street facade and public-facing amenities to reinforce the cohesion of the main thoroughfare. Thank you, and I will now turn it over to the development team to present the project in more detail.
Thank you, Ford. Thank you, Camille. Thank you, Madam Chair and the BPDA Board. My name is Felicia Pagan Soto. I'm the project manager from Nuestra Comunidad. I'd like to briefly introduce you to the team. I'm joined by Diane Clark, who's our real estate director at Nuestra, Reverend Paul Pepper, who is the lead pastor at Pleasant Hill Missionary Baptist Church, and co-everything, Miriam G., Haley Hartwick, Whitman. And I'll pass it on to Miriam to go on with the design.
Thank you, Felicia, and thank you everyone for joining us this afternoon. We are so excited to present this project. Co-Everything met up with the Pleasant Hill Missionary Baptist Church back in 2017 when they had just begun doing some feasibility studies to use underutilized land that was owned by the church to support residents in the neighborhood with a vision for affordable housing and community space. Here you can see it's located at 64 Wambeck Street, so one part of the site is facing a residential side street, and then the main drag, Humboldt Ave, is facing the church at 155, and also our lot at 157. Next slide, please. So this project is very easy to get to from Franklin Park. As said before, it's a 6-block walk from Franklin Park, or bike. You can definitely bike there. I have before. It's really easy to get to and is in the heart of the Garrison Trotter neighborhood. Next slide, please. You can see that there's a lot of existing trees and an existing building along Humboldt Ave that's currently there on the site, and this L-shaped property with the notch missing out in the back is wrapping around the church. So we're going to maintain the church. We're not going to knock it down. It's not even going to get disturbed during construction. We're very excited to be taking up this extra space to create something that's contextual to the neighborhood, which you can see here in the overview. We've got some 2.5 and 3-story buildings nearby, while also providing accessible parking underground under one part of the building. Next slide. So here you can see on the left-hand side, this is the 157 Humboldt building, which has been abandoned for decades. It has a nice mural on the front, but it definitely has a big X on it. For all intents and purposes, please do not enter this building at all costs. Eventually, when the project gets to closing, we will be pulling a separate demolition permit to bring the building down. And just to the left of that is a funeral home. And then over on the right-hand side, you can see the 64 Wambeck Street, which again is around these multifamilies, 2.5, 3 stories. So this area right now is used for gardening by some of the neighbors, and also events for the church, like fish fry and cookouts. And it's a well-used and well-loved gathering space. From anywhere from like 50 to 100 people will come to this area to enjoy the outdoor space. Next slide, please. So here are the direct abutting buildings. You can see there's this A-frame roof and hip roof detailing, and lots of angled bays and porches, which we tried to pull into the design. Next slide. And here's our main site plan. So as mentioned before by the BPDA planning team, we're complying with the Complete Streets guidelines. So over here on the main entry to the front of the residential part of the building, which is at Humboldt Ave, we're going to have a 1 to 20 sloping walk to avoid a lot of ramps. It's going to just be inviting and universally designed, coming off of the grade and then going up 3 feet to arrive at the first floor. And then from the Wambeck side, there's an at-grade entry because there's an actually 8-foot grade change from the bottom corner of this drawing to the top right corner. So the bottom corner is actually the high point. It's 8 feet higher than the Wambeck side. As you come around the sidewalk, the sidewalk slopes down, and in this kind of corner lot here is the church. So other things to know about this: along the Wambeck side, there is a 12-foot proposed overall street frontage, pedestrian, green space, and curb. So, the required width there was 7 feet as a minimum, and so we went ahead and did 12-foot one. We're also proposing a 2-foot sidewalk easement so that we can increase the side of the sidewalk there to maintain accessibility at that location. And then on the Humboldt side, it's actually a minimum requirement for Complete Streets to be 7 feet, and total proposed is 14'7" to the front of the building, including the frontage zone, the pedestrian zone, and the green space to the curb. All of the trees that are shown here as proposed street trees are for the purpose of illustration. We have some existing trees on site that are very old, some that are decayed. So in order to replace the tree canopy, we're proposing a series of street trees wherever possible, and potentially other trees that would be on the church property to make up for the urban tree canopy loss in demolishing the trees that are kind of growing into the retaining wall that is part of the old building to be demolished. You can also see that for the vehicular access off of Wambeck Street, we've pulled the drive aisle close to the edge of the side yard there, so we can have a 12-foot drive aisle that slowly slopes down, and because of the grade change, is coming down under the building on the Humboldt wing, which is where we have the 7 parking spaces, indoor bike parking spaces, and we also have post and rack visitor bike parking spaces along the Wambeck side for folks visiting the space, and on the Humboldt side as well. The residential main entry to the lobby of the building is on the Humboldt side, and on the Wambeck side of the building is the entry to the community space. Next slide, please. You can see that the building is 4 stories tall on the largest side, and what we did as a move to kind of make the building feel more residential in scale was also to step back the roof line. So at the 4th floor, we've actually pulled the roof line back and made a smaller footprint. So at the tallest side there, you know, we're maybe 50 feet above the average sidewalk grade for zoning requirements, but maybe you only really see the 3-story building off of the sidewalk. It provides a really nice feel and kind of fills in the street front there while also not being too intimidating of a large building. And then also on the other side, so you can see in the section below, you'll see that there's a 3-story building coming off of Wambeck, which is the shorter side of the building. Next slide, please. And the bottom part of these elevations shows the comparison of the height of the church to the proposed design. We also had a couple of meetings early on last fall with the Garrison Trotter Neighborhood Association, which we kept going and kept bringing the design back to them, having additional conversations with their real estate committee, and they were concerned with a couple of things. They said, where is your trash going to be? We don't want it to have people driving really fast down Wambeck. We want to make sure that people are driving slowly and going to be entering into this space carefully and not causing any traffic problems. We want to see kind of like traditional materials that are reflective of the neighborhood. So you can see that all in the material selection that we have, which is simple, common materials. Horizontal siding, gable roofs, and then a standing seam metal roof for the mansard, and then porches delineating the entrances, and these angled bay windows, which are very common in the neighborhood. Of course, the red is reflective of the church, which is a brick red building, so we wanted to play off of that, and Reverend Culpeper really likes the red, so do we. I guess last thing to say about this elevation is that this is a low carbon building. So Co-Everything has had a long history. I worked with Travis Anderson, who presented earlier, before I placed Taylor, in doing Passive House in early days before it was required by city stretch code or specialized code. So this will be a Passive House building. It's going to be a 100% wood frame building in all of the parts that it can be, with the exception of the parking deck. We're going to use natural and bio-based material for insulation. It's going to exceed the requirements for code, and it's going to be LEED Gold certified as well as Passive House certified. We want all healthy materials for the people living in these buildings and renting in these buildings, which are going to be 30, 50, and 60% area median income residents renting in this building. It is a 4% low-income housing tax credit deal. We're very excited to be partnering with Nuestra. It took us a long time to find the right partner to work with the church, and this project is right in their catchment zone, and they have a history of delivering exceptional buildings for renters in the area and maintaining them into perpetuity for affordable housing. Next slide. So here are a couple of perspectives to show you what it would look like to come up to the main residential side of the building. We've actually modified the design here, so there's no longer a big railing and a ramp. It's actually more of a 1 to 20 accessible path, but you can see some of the textures here, some of the bay windows, the dormers, and that step back roof line that we were talking about, as well as the church beyond. Next slide, please. And then I'll pass this over to you, Reverend, so that you can talk a little bit more about what might happen there at the entry to this 2,000 square foot community room.
Thank you, Mary. Good evening, Madam Chair and board members. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to present our proposal to you today. One of the things that we've been talking about with regard to the community space would be for the residents, and it would be used for the community. We've done a lot of work with Garrison Trotter on different events. Every summer we do a peace program in the Trotter Park. It's for July to September. The program is geared to at-risk youth that are either court involved, have been in court involved, or on probation. We use that Trailer Park Peace program to do job training with them. We have workshops throughout the summer. We feed them 3 nights a week. Some of the presenters have been Mel King, Eddie Jenkins, the Mass Black Lawyers. They come and present to the young folks. And these young folks all or have been put involved. This is the 15th year of the program, and I might say that it has been quite successful, especially when it comes to calming the area and involving the youth that are normally in negative activity, involving them in working, different programs that they're involved in. Some are in truck driving programs, learning to get their license to drive truck. But I must say it's calmed the area in a big way. We want to use that space. And let me back up. 2010, we were proposing senior housing. We submitted a proposal to the city. We thought we would get 202-811 funding for the senior housing. We were going to have senior housing in the space where we're now proposing the 26 units. We had planned a day program with the seniors and the Trotter students next door at the park. With the 202-811 money, in the last round, we missed out on the last round of the 202-811 money. We didn't get that money. Congress cut the program, so we missed out on putting the senior housing in. We then moved a year before COVID to put 26 units there. We're ready for the development. We submitted to the city, and COVID hit, and it froze everything that we were trying to do. We restarted, looked for another partner. Nuestra seemed to be a good partner, and so we worked from the beginning. And by the way, I just finished my 28th year as pastor of Pleasant Hill Baptist Church. When I first came to the church, that building was abandoned. It was in tax title. There was a lot of money owed on the building. It took us a few years to raise the money to get it out of tax title, to pay all the debt that was on the building, before we could begin to look at developing that senior housing. So for 10 years, since 2010, 14 years, we've been trying to develop this development. We've worked with the young folks in the neighborhood and the neighbors without any kind of a structure. We think that with this community room, that we could use that room to extend not just a peace program from the summer to make it a year-round program. There'll be programming for the residents and the seniors in the program, talk to different programs in the area that want to use the building. If you look at the Humboldt area where the church is situated, there's no real space for the young folks or the seniors to go in that area. So we want to use that community space for the community and the residents to do joint programming for the neighborhood, the residents that are in the building, the residents that are in the area. We do programming out of the church. Every 2 weeks, we do 225 free food boxes out of the church through a food pantry. We want to be able to expand that. We do the programs in the basement. If you look at the back of the church, you'll see the steps going down. That's down to the basement where we do a lot of the programming now. And we want to be able to use that space there. Just want to thank you. I know I only have 20 seconds for giving us the opportunity to present this. We finally got this to the point where we're hopeful that we can develop this space. The community has been great over the years in terms of allowing us to do as much as we can to keep the building up. We know the building, the former nursing home, we know it's dilapidated, it's in a mess, but we want to try and make that building a space that the community will be proud of and that can be supported with. Thank you so much. Do I have more time?
Thank you. No, thank you. Does that conclude the presentation? Okay, let's go ahead and move into board comments and questions. So questions or comments from the board?
Seems like a great project. Thank you, guys for this presentation.
Oh, thank you. It's taken some time. I really want to commend the neighbors. I mean, they've really been great. That building has been an eyesore. Every time I pull up to the church, I have to see that building. We did put the murals on the building to try and make it look a little more presentable, but I can't overstate how helpful the neighbors have been in not complaining, not coming to the church, got to do something about that. They've really been great. And so working with Nuestra and with Core Everything, I think we've come up with a great product.
I also want to thank Reverend Culpepper and the community for coming up with something that clearly carries on the effort to strengthen the community and to work with young people in the community. I think it's a terrific project.
Yeah, I guess I'll go. Yeah, I want to thank you for sticking with this, and third time's a charm. So, and also thank you for for being the village. You know what I mean? And now literally building it, having this space. I'm very excited for this, and I think this collab and the energy that you guys have with each other, it gives me some hope. And yeah, I don't know how buildings can do that, but this does. So I'm very excited.
Thank you, Madam.
Do any other questions or comments? Hearing, seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
I'm Julianne Smart.
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
The chair proudly votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you so much. Best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break before we resume with the rest of our meeting. So yeah, we'll see you in 5 minutes. Request authorization to issue a certification of approval pursuant to Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code for the proposed construction of 48 residential rental units, including 10 IDP units, approximately 1,317 square feet of retail space, 26 car parking spaces, and 70 bicycle parking spaces located at 257 Washington Street, and to take all related actions. Daniel.
Thank you, Madam Chair Rojas, members of the board, Director Jameson, Secretary Paul Hemus. Again, my name is Daniel Polanco here with the project manager at proposed Article 80 Small Project Review tonight at 257 Washington Street, located in the Dorchester neighborhood. Project proponent Walnut Capital is proposing a ground-up mixed-use development consisting of 48 residential units and ground floor retail space. It's proposed of a 4-story building will consist of approximately 49,979 gross feet with below ground garage level for parking and bike storage. Parking garage will be accessed via a new curb cut on Washington Street and will be having 26 total parking spaces. In the rear of the garage level, there will be a back room with a total of 70 total bicycle spaces, as well as trash room and mechanical storage space as well. The proposed project will generate economic and social benefits to the neighborhood of the city of Boston and Dorchester community, including the following: the creation of on-site affordable residential units, accessing the IDP requirements, in this case 10 units with approximately 20.8% of the total units within the proposed project. Furthermore, the project will also be creating dedicated bike room storage for bike spaces and a proposed building to encourage bicycle mode of transportation. And additionally, it will be also creating a retail space to provide service for all Dorchester community. As part of the Article 80 process, Party held a BPDA-sponsored public meeting on April 3rd, 2024 via Zoom for members of the community and for the review of the project. Public comment period also concluded April 12, 2024. Outside of the BPDA-sponsored public meeting, the proponent also conducted additional outreach with the abutters and local elected officials to solicit feedback and review the proposed project. Thank you for your time and consideration for this project tonight. I have the development team here with me to present the project in full detail to answer any questions. I will now turn it over to Ella Wise, who will discuss the planning context. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Good evening, Chair Rojas and members of the board. My name is Ella Wise, and I'm the zoning compliance planner assigned to this project. The site of the proposed project, as you can see here, is an assembly of public and privately owned land within a quarter mile of the Four Corners Geneva commuter rail station. On the left here, you can see satellite image of the property with a residential building abutting to the west and an auto service business to the east. Next slide, please. So in terms of planning context, the proposed project is within the Fairmount Indigo Planning Initiative, and more specifically, the Four Corners Geneva Station Area Plan, adopted by the board in 2015. The Fairmount Plan recommends active uses on the ground floor along Washington to reinforce major activity corridors and walkability. In addition, notably, the Fairmount Plan highlights the city-owned vacant parcels in the area and specifically identifies 257 Washington as a, quote, key development site and opportunity to leverage vacant and underused lots. In terms of planning context, I also just want to note that the Four Corners neighborhood will be the location for an upcoming Squares and Streets planning study area. Next slide, please. Within that context, let's take a look at the proposal. The project will require zoning relief from use, but as envisioned by the Fairmount Plan, the proposed project will deliver market rate and income-restricted housing with ground floor retail that fits into the existing neighborhood. Although the project will also require zoning relief, dimensional zoning relief from height and FAR, the proposed 4-story is significantly stepped back from the front, minimizing the impact of the proposed massing. And in the rear yard, the shape of the parcel is irregular, so only one corner of the yard meets the zoning minimum, but within that constraint, the proposal provides a rear yard with usable open space. The project is consistent with BTD parking maximum guidelines and exceeds the IDP requirement for income-restricted housing. With that, I'll turn it over to the development team. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jemison, Secretary Polimis, Attorney Jeff Drago with Drago and Toscano with the project attorneys on behalf of Volnay, the owners and developer. With me, I have Chris Pulholm from Zephyr Architects, who you'll hear from and who will talk about the design as we get through the slide presentation. What you're looking at right here is a rendering of the proposed 48-unit building. Looks much different than what is there now. If we could go to the next slide, please. We're very excited as a team to bring this project before you. Just by way of context, this particular site was used as a junkyard, storage facility, automotive storage over the years. And my client purchased a number of the parcels and then worked with the Department of Neighborhood Development, the Mayor's Office of Housing, through an RFP process to get additional parcels that the city was putting out, as was mentioned. So combined, this will be 6 parcels for 48 residential rental units with 26 parking spaces on site and ground floor commercial space. As was mentioned, this falls within the Fairmount Indigo Planning Initiative, and this meets that criteria for mixed-use housing. As was also mentioned, the increase of affordability. We are proposing almost 21% inclusionary development with 10 IDP units on site, with AMIs ranging from 30% to 70%. We also have a mix of housing to meet the needs of the community, with 1 studio for, of that affordability, 1 studio, 4 one-bedroom, 4 2, and 1 3-bedroom. 5 of the units are also accessible units on site. We also have on site a number of amenity spaces. There's a bike room, as was mentioned, a rear communal patio, dog run area, front communal deck, fitness center, and lounge, all within the building for amenity space for those residents. This particular sub-district is a 3F 5000, and next to us there is some commercial activity. There's also a lot of residential housing. We felt that this use, and my client felt, was more conducive to the neighborhood and also created much needed housing, but also kept a commercial component on site. The total lot area combined is 25,959 square feet. Next slide, please. This would just give the board some context pictures, and you can see sort of the commercial component off to the left, the site as it stands now that had been used for automotive storage, but then also some of the residential, which we now fit within that corridor as well. Next slide, please. And with this, I'm going to turn over to Chris, who will go over his design. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So I am Chris Pruitt from Zephyr Architects, the project architect for this particular project. There isn't much to this project that hasn't already been said, so we'll run through these next few slides pretty quickly. One of the big advantages to the combination of these parcels is the slopes topography. So though we are a 4-story building, we're able to take advantage of the property as it slopes away from the street edge to provide underground parking or partially underground parking, and utilize that slope to gain access to our garage below our first floor of residential on the right side, and on the left is a bicycle exclusive pathway that will allow access to our bike storage on that lower floor as well. As you can see in the front, in this particular image on the right, with Washington Street at the top of the page, we have set the building back a little bit to provide for a nice green space area, and at the back where it was noted that we will need a variance for the depth of our rear yard. You can see that it is triangular and it does create a little bit of an odd shape, so we are trying to maximize the space that we do have to provide that area for tenants. Next slide, please. The next 2 slides are just additional elevations where we try to clarify some material and show the basic massing of the building. Next slide, please. These are the other two facades of the building. Next slide. And then the next couple of slides will be the renderings that give kind of a better overall understanding of the project. We are trying to capitalize on the materials used in the surrounding area, as well as some of the colors of the materials. Our neighbors to our right and many of the buildings along Washington Street are masonry. So we are trying to utilize that same material at the front of our building, utilizing a similar scale of massing, as well as the verticality and the grouping of threes that we see from our adjacent structures. Next slide, please. One of the big things that we're trying to accomplish here as well is adding some greenery that is missing on this street. Many of our neighbors are right up against the sidewalk. We have chosen to set our building back a little bit more to provide a little bit of a respite and green space at the front of the property, as well as the opportunity to add some additional vegetation along with the street trees that are already existing to provide that nice green canopy and additional pleasant experience for the pedestrians that are walking by and the tenants that are living in this building. Next slide, please. This was more of a demonstration to show what the facade looked like once we removed those trees, but I don't want that to confuse anyone. We will be planting the trees that we were showing in the previous slide. This was to help explain and show what the materiality and treatment of the facade that we were trying to achieve. As was mentioned, that fourth story is set back considerably, we were trying to draw as little attention to that as possible and match the datum lines that top of third story that will mimic the adjacent buildings. Next slide, please. And at the rear, we are trying to create a nice little oasis in the city. This is a combination of 6 parcels. We have a pretty decent amount of trees in our rear yard that we are trying to keep and even improve upon, and we're trying to make these little pockets of space that the tenants can use to either be outside and get away, be amongst the trees and vegetation, or even have small gatherings with the grill and soft seating that we are trying to propose as well. I believe that is all of the slides. Next slide, if there is one. And here's just a summary of kind of what we're doing with our 21%, or just about 21% affordable with our 48 units. There are 70 plus bicycle spaces along with 26 parking in that garage. This is meant to be a transit-oriented project, and we're really trying to hone in on that, providing enough space for everyone to pick and choose their mode of transit. Happy to take any questions. Thank you very much.
Great. Any questions or comments from the board?
What's on the left side of the building there?
Can we go back to one of the plans?
The automotive.
Oh, the building on the left side?
Yeah.
The building on the left side is an automotive garage. It's a fully functional car maintenance and automotive facility that is still in use.
Thank you.
And there's a picture of it, Dr. Lansmark. If we go back a few slides of the site pictures, you can get a better.
I believe it's the third one.
If you keep going back to the pictures, I'm sorry, the site pictures. Yes, it's off to no, one more back, please. Yeah, got it. It's the picture on the top.
Thank you.
Bottom left corner gives you an understanding. There is also the 6 parcels that we have actually match the depth of the property owned by that automotive space as well. They have parking in the rear of their project that pretty much matches the depth of what we're proposing on our project as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Any additional questions or comments? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Motion passes. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Okay, let's move to item number 17, request authorization to issue a certification of approval pursuant to Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code for the proposed construction of 28 residential rental units, including 5 IDP units, 16 car parking spaces, and 34 bicycle storage spaces, located at 9 Geneva Street, and to enter into an affordable rental housing agreement and restriction, execute a community benefits agreement, and to take all related actions. Daniel.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, Rojas, members of the board, Director Jemison, Secretary Paul Hemus. My name is Daniel Polanco again, project manager for proposed Article 80 small project before you tonight at 9 Geneva Street, located in the East Boston neighborhood. Project proponent 9 Geneva Street LLC proposes to construct a 5-story, 28-unit residential apartment building with on-site motor vehicle and bicycle parking, residential lobby, and utility spaces. Proposed project will be situated in a combined lot of approximately 14,829 square feet of land, which will have the address of 9 Geneva Street. The project will also include a maximum of 16 on-site motor vehicle spaces, including 1 van accessible space and adjacent to 8-foot wide accessible aisle for residents located in the ground level, and a minimum total of 34 interior covered and secure resident bike parking located within the floor and directly accessible via Geneva Street. Proposed project will provide community benefits for the East Boston neighborhood and the city of Boston, and it will result in improving the pedestrian experience along Geneva Street with an installation of new sidewalks, street trees, landscaping, and visitor bike parking, consistent with the city of Boston's complete street design guidelines. Additionally, proposed project will also include 5 units, or approximately 17.9% of the total residential units restricted under City of Boston's IDP policy. As part of the Article 80 process, the BPDA hosted a virtual public meeting for the proposed project on February 28, 2024, with comment period in connection with the proponent's submission of the small project review application ending on March 8, 2024. The virtual public meeting was advertised in relevant neighborhoods newspapers, posted on the BPDA's website, and calendar notification was also sent to all BPDA East Boston neighborhood updates. Thank you for your consideration for this project before you tonight. I have the development team with me to present the project in detail. Any questions you have regarding about the project, I will now turn it over to Elena Harms to discuss the planning context. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Chair Rojas, Secretary Paul Hemus, members of the board, and Director Jemison. My name is Ilana Hames, and I am the zoning compliance planner assigned to this project. Thanks, Dan, for starting us off. The proposed project is located within the East Boston Neighborhood District within a multifamily residential sub-district pursuant to Article 53 of the Zoning Code. The proposed development is also located within the study area of Plan East Boston, adopted by BPDA Board in January 2024, and codified into zoning adopted by the Boston Zoning Commission in March of 2024. Given the recent adoption of this plan and related zoning, the use and dimensional regulations proposed by Plan East Boston are most pertinent to the proposed project, and it was reviewed to align with that context. Next slide, please. Plan East Boston designates the proposed development site as an EBR4 subdistrict. Within this area, recommendations from the plan include improved transportation in public realm, achieved in this project with the addition of a sidewalk connection to Maverick Street, and the addition of street trees along the new sidewalk for shade and pedestrian comfort. This sub-district also allows for heights of up to 4 stories for residential buildings. The proposed project is located in the Coastal Flood Resilience Overlay District, which requires new construction to meet resilient design standards. These standards include elevating the building above the base flood elevation for the year 2070 and limiting the uses that can be located below the design flood elevation. The base flood elevation for this proposed development site is 19.5 feet in Boston City base, and the required freeboard for residential for this type of development is 2 feet, thus requiring a 21.5-foot design flood elevation. The proposed height of 4 stories above the design flood elevation is consistent with the zoning regulations of the East Boston Neighborhood District in Article 53 and the Coastal Flood Resilience Design Guidelines in Article 25A. Next slide, please. Relative to East Boston Neighborhood District zoning requirements, the proposed project will require relief with respect to the building width, rear setback, and maximum floor plate. Due to the irregular shape of the lot, relief is recommended for this rear setback. The rear setback for the deepest areas of the project site has a minimum dimension of 30 feet and abuts open space at the edge of the Logan Airport property, further supporting the case for zoning relief. Per section 7.3 of the zoning code, conditions required for variance. A variance for the rear setback is merited due to special circumstances applying to the land of which, quote, circumstances or conditions are peculiar to such land or structure, but not the neighborhood. The location of the proposed project adjacent to green space on both the northern side of the parcel and the parcel to the rear creates a condition similar to that of a corner lot, meriting zoning relief for the width and subsequent floor plate size of the building. After board approval and zoning board of appeal approval of the required zoning relief, the proposed project will continue on for design review at BPDA. Thank you, and I will now turn it over to the development team to present the project in more detail.
They're doing this one right now.
Thank you, Alana, Dan, and good evening, Chair Rojas, members of the board, Secretary Palavis, Director Jemison. Congratulations to you, Board Member O'Malley, on your appointment. I'm Richard Lenz. I'm an attorney with business address 245 Summer Street, East Boston. With me is Donnie Garrity with the Sullivan Architects. We are pleased to be here on behalf of Geneva Street LLC, who's the project proponent. Over the past 18 and a half months, we worked closely with BPDA staff, the Go Street Citizens Association, as well as community residents, to develop a plan that we are presenting before you this evening. Just real quickly, an overview, the project involves the assembly of 7 parcels of land, which are located in the Jeffreys Point neighborhood in East Boston. Once assembled, these parcels will total about 15,000 square feet and will involve the demolition of an auto repair facility that has existed on the site for over 60 years. That would be pre-existing non-conforming use that has been a long-standing sort of eyesore in this neighborhood. I think people are pretty happy to see this project move forward. There's also a single-family home that is being acquired in connection with this project. If we can jump to the next slide, please. So a quick bird's eye view of the site. As you can see towards the left lower part of the screen is the single-family home. We also have the single-story commercial building. We do show most of that site where the existing auto repair is impermeable. So we will be improving the site dramatically with a good deal of permeable surface. And obviously eliminating a lot of that clutter, junked vehicles, as well as vehicles that were being repaired in connection with the auto repair will be eliminated. If we go to the next slide, please. So just again, looking at the overview here, we do see the single-story commercial building next to the single-family residential. For quite a long time, this was the only residential property on this street. Geneva Street is somewhat of a no man's land in this section of East Boston. However, over the past several years, there's been an increase in interest in Geneva Street, and there's been a number of projects that have approved, which are underway either by way of construction or through the development pipeline. Our site is bounded both to the rear and to our left by the Massachusetts Port Authority. There's a pocket park as well as the consolidated rent-a-car facility located directly to our rear. If we can jump to the next slide, please. So here's a street view. As you can see, the single-story commercial building here with the single-family home off in the distance. A newer project, which is located on the same side of Geneva Street at about 5 stories, was recently completed. That is on the opposite side of the pocket park. So our project, as well as that building, will serve as the bookends, if you will, to that pocket park that's maintained by Massport. Next slide, please. Just another view looking down at is the single-family home that's being acquired. And I would point out that this site is in pretty close walking distance to both the airport and the MBTA train stations, which are, one is located just west of the site with Maverick T Station and Maverick Square probably about a quarter of a mile from here. Next slide, please. Just another view, you can see the pocket park that's located here with that 5-story building off in the distance. And I would point out that Geneva Street is a private way, and as I said, there is a significant amount of development. Our project will cooperate with a number of the developers on Geneva Street to add some substantial improvements to the street. as well as extending the public sidewalk from our project out to Maverick Street, as well as a number of other public realm improvements that are consistent with complete streets, and including the addition of street trees. Next slide, please. As the staff has indicated, this will include the construction of a multifamily residential building. This is designed to align with the newly adopted zoning amendments that were generated through Plan East Boston, as well as the guidelines for coastal flood resiliency overlay districts. I do want to highlight that while the project will include 28 residential units, 18% of which will be restricted under the inclusionary development policy, we also include a courtyard for building residents. If you can jump down maybe two more slides. One more. Perfect. Courtyard that we'll have located to the rear of the property. This includes a little over, probably about 5,000 square feet of open space. We do have 34 bike parking spaces for residents, as well as 16 garage parking spaces for vehicles. Though this project isn't subject to the city's EV readiness policy, because this is not subject to large project review, we are including 4 spaces that will be EVSE installed, and the remaining 12 spaces will be EV ready. So we are looking to ensure that we are addressing some of those EV readiness needs, even though we're not necessarily required to comply with that. We've also, as I said, committed to work in conjunction with other developers to make some substantial improvements to Geneva Street, which have been long overdue. This project will represent about an investment close to $10 million. At this time, I'll pause and turn it over to Donnie Garrity to walk through the elevations and the renderings for the building, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have at the conclusion of its remarks. So Donnie, if you could walk us through, thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Donnie Garrity with O'Sullivan Architects. Megan Beerfield is with me as well as working on the project. Actually, we can go back one slide, but I just wanted to highlight on that plan level just to orient everybody. Geneva Street is located page bottom there, and Maverick Street would be to plan right, and the Pocket Park to our left there. So we're showing there that sidewalk that Richard was mentioning connects all the way out to Maverick Street to the right there. And as you can see from some of those photos, the private way is in rough shape. So that's going to be a welcome amenity for the greater neighborhood here. The areas in blue here are flood protected pieces of the building that comes down to this level. So we have the 2 elevators that serve the residential floors above, and the elevator room, which is in the top left corner there in blue. We're gonna bring the floor finish elevation of that up above that base flood design plus 2 feet that was mentioned earlier for the flood resiliency portion of that. Bike parking is located off the sidewalk on the lower left-hand corner, and we have some utility spaces as well as trash room also on the left side that's served by a private walkway to access those pieces. The garage entry is located a little bit plan right of middle, and our main residential pedestrian entry is on the corner there with a little rotation there to address kind of the angle of the site. And to kind of hit on some of the points that were being talked about during the whole meeting here, this building will be passive house certification under that certification level, and will be an all-electric building. So if we can go to the next slide, please. So these are the series of elevations for the building. It is 4 stories residential above the ground level garage. So, you know, there's the technicality of this being a 4-story building, I guess, in relation to the flood elevation, base flood elevation plus 2 feet. So we have 4 stories of building along the street, and then our 5th level is stepped back. We're using a mix of materials that are familiar with the neighborhood and in the more immediate area of the street, with brick masonry on the base, a mix of fiber cement lap and panel siding for the main portions of the building, and then an accent vertical siding piece on the penthouse level. We can go to the next slide, please. You'll also see some balconies and building undulations with some bay and balcony recesses. So each unit has private balcony space. So as well as that communal common area backyard space, they all have private usable spaces as well. Next slide, please. So here is a rendering of the front corner, front entry piece here. You can see our main pedestrian entry with the kind of rotated corner element accenting that, that entry point. The vehicle garage door is just to the left. You can start to see the street trees and new sidewalk improvements that the project is going to provide. And then you can see the 5th level setback from the 4th level. Next slide, please. This is just looking back towards the other end of the building. The door underneath the balconies there is for the bike room. Again, the landscaping marching down the full length of the street, following the complete street guidelines. And again, you can see the mix of materials, the use of bay and balcony recesses to help kind of mitigate some of the massing, and again, the step back 5th level. Next slide, please. Here's the rear yard here, so there's that resident amenity space to the back. Again, those balconies and bay elements, as well as the step back 5th floor happens on all sides of the building. And then you can see the little dog park off to the right there. So next slide, please, just another look kind of coming back. Again, here's the kind of looking towards the, back towards Maverick Street, if you will, kind of seeing that amenity space to the back. Next slide, please. Now, the last kind of illustrative here is the streetscape here. So just kind of showing the project in relation to some of the ongoing development. As Richard was saying, there's been a lot of action on this street, on both in construction right now and in the approvals phases. So this is our last illustrative here. Thank you.
Thank you, Johnny. Happy to answer any questions of the board.
All right, thank you very much. Questions or comments from the board? I do like the dog park. But, you know, the whole backyard, right, being for, you know, not having to kind of give up not having a backyard experience and all the residents able to, you know, to share that. So again, I really like the you know, the community space and the community feel to it. So if there are no other questions, the motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
We'll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Julian Smart?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Okay, so that was 17. Let's move on to 18. Request authorization to issue a scoping determination waiving further review pursuant to Article 80B small project, or no, 80B large project review of the zoning code for the proposed renovation of 147 fully affordable residential rental units, 15 car parking spaces, and 32 bicycle parking spaces located at 539 through 552 Center Street, also known as the Forbes Building, and to take all related actions. Camille.
Hi, thank you again, Madam Chair. Good evening, members of the board, Director Jemison, and Secretary Polhemus. Again, my name is Camille Platt. I'm a project manager here at the BPDA. The proposed project before you is, as you mentioned, an Article 80B large project located at 539 to 551 Center Street, also known as the Forbes Building in the Jamaica Plain neighborhood of Boston. The project site comprises approximately 69,455 square feet of land. The project site currently contains a 3-story to 7-story, 147-unit residential apartment building with commercial space as well as a surface parking lot for approximately 31 vehicles currently. Jamaica Plain Company Limited Partnership, the proponent, proposes to substantially renovate and preserve the existing and expired multifamily affordable housing building, also referred to as the Forbes Building, constructed in 1976 with approximately 130,000 gross square feet of floor area on a 1.59 acre lot, again including 147 units, existing commercial space, and outdoor parking spaces. The property will be sold to a newly formed low-income housing tax credit entity, also known as 545 Center Street LLC, controlled by the principals of the proponent. The existing Forbes Building will be rehabilitated with a new facade and mechanical systems to bring the existing building performance in line with the Article 37 sustainable development requirements of the City of Boston. The building footprint will not change. In addition, the off-street surface car park will be substantially reduced to accommodate no more than 15 vehicles with 5 EV installed spaces. 4 spaces will be dedicated to car share vehicles available to the public if such availability is consistent with the low-income housing tax credit program. Covered spaces will be provided for 32 bicycles. The project will include streetscape improvements to Beaufort Road and Center Street. Along Beaufort Road, extensive landscaping and a new terracotta facade with integrated planting will upgrade the 1970s era design, better match the brownstone townhouses across the street. Sidewalk and streetscape improvements along both the Center Street and Beaufort Road edges will be made. The project will replace asphalt area fronting Center with new native plantings adjacent to the Center Street sidewalk. The proposal will also install a City of Boston or MPTA standard design bus shelter with a bench and eliminate an over 20-foot curb cut that's currently on Center Street. The interior of the project will be renovated in phases so that existing tenants will be permitted to remain housed in the building throughout construction. The building will be reclad with a new insulated skid, drastically increasing building efficiency and will result in reduced utility costs. The Article 80 process began in September of 2023. A public meeting was held that was distributed to the BPDA email list in Jamaica Plain and advertised accordingly. It was well attended by both residents of the building and the Jamaica Plain neighborhood alike. I would like to thank the residents of the Forbes building very much and the Jamaica Plain community who have consistently worked within the Article 80 process over the last 10 months, but also very much so beyond, who helped to create the project in front of us today. I'll now turn it over to Ford Del Vecchio to walk us through the planning contest that was considered in reviewing this project before the development team begins their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Camille. Next slide, please. Thank you. Good evening, Chair Rojas, Secretary Lemus, members of the board, and Director Jemison. My name is Ford Del Vecchio, and I'm the BPDA Zoning Compliance Reviewer assigned to this project. The Forbes building at 539 to 551 Center Street is located in Jamaica Plain, just a few blocks away from Jamaica Pond, which is connected to the Emerald Necklace Park system. The proposed project includes an extensive retrofit of this long-standing income-restricted housing, both internally and externally. The external retrofit includes changes to the facade of the building, which trigger Article 80 large project review. While the project is proposing changes to the facade, no dimensional changes are being made to the interior of the building. It is located within walking distance of several amenities, mainly located on Center Street, including restaurants, cafes, clothing stores, banks, and pharmacies. The streets extending from the more mixed-use, higher-density Center Street are primarily residential, with mostly low-density 2 to 3-story homes with large front yard setbacks and moderate lot coverage. The project site sits in a well-serviced location, approximately half a mile from Green Street Green Line Station, and is directly in front of the bus stops for routes 39 and 41. The proposed project is located within the Jamaica Plain Neighborhood District, Article 55 of the Zoning Code. More specifically, it is a multifamily residential subdistrict. Next slide, please. There is no applicable geographically based plan applicable to this project site. However, the proposed sustainability and site design and programming upgrades are supportive of the goals of climate-ready Boston by adapting the building to passive house standards and expanding the use of green infrastructure in urban agriculture to manage stormwater, mitigate heat, and provide additional benefits. Thank you, and I will now turn it over to the development team to present the project in more detail.
Thank you, Camille and Ford, and good afternoon, board members. The Forbes Building project is a preservation of 147 affordable housing units and the retrofit of the building to the passive house standard. The owner is Jamaica Plain Company. I'm Chris Benedict, the architect for the project. I've been a passive house pioneer in the United States since 2006, and also now a pioneer in passive house retrofits with tenants in place, some of the most important work to be done in this country. This project puts nature at center stage and radically improves the quality of life, health, and well-being for tenants and the community. What you see in this image is the new pedestrian-friendly entry to the building, where the path is flanked by new lush gardens instead of the hardscape paving and vehicles that currently exist there. To bring the building up to the passive house standard, the building will receive new terracotta rain screen cladding over a new blanket of continuous, non-combustible exterior insulation. The new rain screen design that includes integrated irrigated planters brings texture, materiality, and sculptural form to the facade. We're not changing the shape of the building. We're upgrading the building enclosure and adding more planting, trees, and permeable surfaces. You can see the existing condition in the small inset on the right, and we will be showing you several before and after shots as we proceed through this presentation. But first, an introductory slide presented by the project council, Carla Chaffee of Nixon Peabody. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Chris, and a big thank you to Camille for her work on this project, as well as members of the board and Madam Chair. As Chris mentioned, this project is primarily about restricting 147 units of affordable housing. There are currently 37 units that are subject to MRVP contracts, but they are expiring in this October. And currently 110 units have no deed restrictions regarding rental agreements and tenant income. And as Chris also mentioned, we see this as substantially upgrading the quality of life for the residents who are there today. The chart here shows the proposed income limits and bedroom mixes. And the project will be rented out to individuals earning between 30% and 80% area median income. As Ford also introduced, the zoning compliance chart shows that there's no need for zoning relief since any change to the dimensions of the building are de minimis. One point to make in addition of the public benefits of deed restricting these 147 units, the proponent is also providing a standard blue bikes docking station location, a bus shelter along Center Street with a bench, the good-to-go car sharing service, and 1/3 of the parking spaces will be EV installed and the rest are EV ready. So we look forward to continue working with the city in moving this important project forward. Thank you. Next slide.
Here's a view of the site showing the surrounding neighborhood. The building is large, one of the largest in the neighborhood, and sits at the corner formed by a major two-way street, Center Street, and a smaller one-way road, Beaufort Road. We're close to Jamaica Pond, and we understand the site's importance to the ecosystem of Jamaica Plain. The historic map at the bottom right shows how, prior to the development of this building, large private properties shared the frontage of Jamaica Pond. Beaufort Road was carved into this land in the 30s for the townhouse-type apartment building on the south side of Beaufort Road. This building features lush, beautiful gardens and a gorgeous brownstone appearance. We take cues for plantings, texture, materiality, and coloration from this building. And now that Jamaica Pond is for everyone, we want Beaufort Road to be the way for people to get there. Next slide, please. This slide shows a before and after bird's eye view of the Forbes building. At Center Street, a tenant amenity garden with fruit and nut trees replaces the stark and hard-edged parking lot. Also, here you see an overview of the new design elements that include new terracotta rain screen cladding that covers a new 8-inch blanket of mineral wool insulation and a continuous air barrier and waterproofing, new high-performance casement windows, and a new 20-kilowatt solar array on the roof. Next slide. Thank you. Here is our proposed plan. We've removed 58% of the pavement, or 13,255 square feet of asphalt, and turned it over to planting, rain gardens, and permeable paving. Parking is moved to the back of the building and replaced with gardens. In the rear, we provide 15 total parking spaces. 4 of the spaces are car share spaces for tenant use. 5 have electric charging stations, and the balance will be EV ready. 3 are accessible parking spots, and 1 of the accessible spots has an EV charger. Next slide, please. This is a before view of Center Street. Please move to the next slide. And here is after, showing elements that we've described at the curb level view. Please note, for the purposes of showing this facade design, some of the trees and vegetation have been removed. We expect to have a much fuller forest. Next slide, please. This is a before view of Beaufort Road. Next slide, please. As we said earlier, we take cues for plantings, texture, materiality, and coloration from the existing buildings on the south side of the road. Also note that there are some trees that were potentially there before this building was built that end up being partially into the sidewalk, and so we've worked to make a sidewalk where the trees can continue to grow and we can maintain 4 feet for accessibility going down the sidewalk towards Jamaica Pond. Next slide, please. This is a before of the view from Center Street. Next slide, please. And here's an after. This project was favorably received by BCDC, who are interested in following our progress. They noted the value of delivering passive house with tenants in place and understand this project as a demonstration for Boston. Next slide, please. Finally, there's a set of elevations here. What you see here in elevation 1 is the Center Street facade, where we will be cladding the building with terracotta, and the facade rendering on the right-hand side shows a close-up of what this will look like. The lower elevation, which is a non-street facade, will be clad with a ceramic-type product called Ceraclad. It will also be fully continuously insulated, and we will have planters on the non-street facades, but we won't be using the same texture as we're using on the street facades. Next slide, please. The top elevation 1 here is our facade on Beaufort Road, where again we'll have the type of texture that you see in the upper right-hand corner with the planters and the texture. And then the lower elevation 2 is what you would be seeing at the rear of the building as you were coming down Center Street with the Ceraclad facade. And to the right-hand side are planters embedded in a building in my own neighborhood, a very revered building, and we've hired this landscape designer to do the planting to create the splendor at the Forbes building. We appreciate your time this evening, and we look forward to the success of this project and the joy that it will bring to tenants and the community. I'm happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you very much. Do we have questions or comments from the board?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. This is absolutely fantastic, and I want to underscore two really important points as it relates to the Forbes building. The first is thank you for dispelling the myth that you can either have deeply affordable units or energy efficient buildings. They're often pitted against one another. You are showing that we truly can solve for both greens. Having the affordability, having a clean, LEED certified, passive house standards, PV array on the roof. This is great. The second item I want to underscore is I know this building well. When I was in office, I would quarterly have coffee hours or pizza parties with the residents there. It is a wonderful, thriving, diverse community, the best of the city. And there was some real concern 3 or 4 years ago that this building would have been sold. It was one of the last, if not the last, of the expiring use facilities. Credit to Sheila Dillon with the yeoman's work and so many residents coming together. But I remember meeting with residents who were really worried that the building would be sold and they would have to find a new place to live. So this is one of the best things I have seen all week, if not all month, and I'm just really delighted to see how the city and the community and the BPDA and of course all of you came together to make this a reality. This is a great project.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Awesome. Additional questions or comments? I do have one question. So, how are the residents impacted during the update? just trying to get a sense of what that experience is like and how you guys do that while they're still in there.
Yeah, the construction is going to be meticulously organized. We're going to work with a lot of integrity where we say what we're going to do when we're going to do it. You know, in the most technical aspects, what we plan to do is empty stacks of apartments and move those tenants to other apartments, finish those units, get them back in there and move on. And if it's possible to do this with the crews, a few stacks, but it's a bit of a puzzle to be moving people around. So we don't have all the information about how much at one time, but everyone will get moved and then moved back into their new, beautiful, insulated, soundproof, ventilated apartments.
Awesome. I really love the planters. That I'm really excited for that. Like, it makes it look like the building's alive. You know, like that. It just gives it a whole new feeling. So that's cool. So thank you for bringing that to the project. And yeah, I mean, I appreciate your pioneering and contribution to the passive house movement. I'm like, no, but really seriously, this is great work, and you continue to do great work, and I'm a fan. So, okay, additional questions or comments? Hearing and seeing none, the motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett.
This is fantastic. Aye.
Dr. Landsmark.
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd.
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Take care. All right. Item number 19.
Madam Chair, I would request that this item be tabled, as I understand there are additional conversations going on around it that may change it in terms of what it is we would want to consider.
Okay.
Dr. Landsmark, perhaps we should hear from the developer before we make this decision.
That's fine.
Okay. But I recognize that your comment. So let's go ahead and do the presentation and we ask some questions. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair Rojas, again, members of the board, Director Jemison, Secretary Paul Hemus, again, Daniel Polanco here, project manager for the proposed Article 80 Smart Project before you tonight in 1905, 1911 Center Street, located in West Roxbury neighborhood. The proponent's project, CAD Builders LLC, is proposing to develop a site of approximately 28,000 gross square feet, and it will include 22 condominium units, 21 which will be residential and 1 will be a commercial retail space. With mixed-use proposal aspires to add validity to Center Street while providing much-needed home ownership opportunities. Each of the 21 residential units will contain 2 bedrooms, with the proposal provides a maximum of 34 off-street parking spaces, access from 12 feet curb cut on Park Street. Among the benefits of this project will provide including the introduction of a new green space, as well as sidewalks and streetscape amenities to improve the enhance pedestrian landscape and experience. In terms of transportation and public realm improvements, the proponent is willing to make a commitment of $6,201 to the Boston Transportation Department in accordance with the City of Boston's bike parking guidelines for small projects. As part of the Article 80 community process, the BPDA held the first public meeting on this on March 8th, 2021, following a supplemental final revised plans on April 22nd, 2021, and 2 additional public meetings, one on April 26th, 2021, and one on May 22nd, 2024. Again, thank you for your time and consideration for this project before you tonight. I have the development team here with me to present the project in detail and to answer any questions you may have in regards to the project, any questions you may have in additional. I will now turn it over to Michelle Yee to discuss the planning context. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Danielle. Before you, Michelle, before you start, I actually didn't even read it. So I have to go back and read the description. Yeah. Okay, item number 19 that we're already talking about, request authorization, certification of approval pursuant to Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code for the proposed construction of 21 home ownership units, 983 square feet of commercial space, and 34 car parking spaces located at 1905 through 1911 Center Street, and to execute a community benefits agreement and to take all related actions. The floor is yours, Michelle.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Rojas, Secretary Valimas, members of the board, and Director Jameson. My name is Michelle Lee, and I am the zoning compliance planner assigned to this project. The proposed project at 1905 to 1911 Center Street is located in the West Roxbury neighborhood district within a neighbor shopping sub-district. This project is located on Center Street, which is West Roxbury's main thoroughfare and business corridor. In regards to transportation, the proposed project is serviced by the Highland Commuter Rail Station and multiple MBTA bus lines, including the 35 and 36 bus routes. Next slide, please. This project will not need zoning relief as it meets the dimensional requirements of Article 46. In regards to transportation and community benefits, the proposed project will donate to the Boston Transportation Department to support the bike share system as per the bike parking guidelines. It will also close the existing curb cut on Center Street to create a new sidewalk lined with street trees and a parking protected bike lane. Thank you, and now I'll turn it over to the development team to present their project in more detail.
Thank you, Michelle. Can you hear me okay? I want to thank Madam Chairwoman Rojas, the members of this board. I want to congratulate Matt O'Malley on this well-deserved appointment to the board. I want to thank Madam Secretary Polhemus, Director Jameson. I want to thank the planning staff, but I especially want to thank Ms. Casey Hines and Mr. Daniel Blanco, who have been steadfast in their efforts to get this project to this point. It has been an arduous process for many of us. I will acknowledge Councilor Weber's comments. I will acknowledge the opposition. We've never ran from the opposition in this project. We've always tried to work cohesively with them. So I'm going to acknowledge it and I'm going to speak to it. I think it's important for us to get the opportunity to frame what this project is and what's gone on for the past 4+ years out here. Because at the end of the day, all we're trying to do is create housing, create much needing housing in the city of Boston that has a housing crisis, as we all know. And this board has the monumentally important task of approving housing and getting housing online. And I know that, I was reading your mission statement earlier. It talks about creating an inclusive city, inclusive growth going forward. Our opponents, who I know many of you have heard from, have said point blank in public meetings that they don't think this type of housing should be in their neighborhood. So we've been confused with how the opponents have gotten so much traction because they're so not in line with what the BPDA's mission is. But I want to try to stay positive tonight. And I do want to talk a little bit about the process. And when I say the opponents, I'm referring to the opponents. I'm not going to say the neighbors, and I'm not going to say the community, because the opponents, the opposition on this is not unanimous. And I think anyone that says it isn't being fully truthful. The opponents are well organized. I'll acknowledge that. They've made a tremendous amount of noise. They've done what they had to do, speaking to ISD and doing everything else over the years. But there has been support that we've found the past 4 years out in the West Roxbury community. Daniel knows on our recent meeting a few weeks ago, we had some supporters, which was great. When we had a second meeting back in back in the spring of 2021, after we made our revisions, we had a number of supporters on the Zoom, and we're thrilled to see that. And I think what's important here too, and when framing it, is we're talking about a site that's an outstanding location on Center Street in West Roxbury. And just so everybody knows, there were 2 buildings that stood on this site before. They were contributing absolutely nothing to this community. One was an empty bank, and another was a real estate office that was in tremendous disrepair and distress. Those buildings have since been demolished, and this outstanding location is ripe for housing. We are very close to the Highland T Station. We are on Center Street, which has undergone a number of great changes recently on the bus routes. So briefly on Councilor Weber's comments, as far as process goes, we submitted this in February 2021. So we find it hard to believe that neighbors don't know what's going on at this point. We had numerous BPDA meetings. We met with neighbors on our own. As I shared with staff earlier, it was the neighbors who essentially said, we want to stop meeting with you. So we tried to communicate with them. They essentially cut off the meetings with us. So there was that. Through the landmarks process, we also tried to throw out what we call an olive branch to try to make some peace and try to build some good faith and what we thought would be a win-win-win, where we proposed a swap site through landmark. We still met resistance. So we tried to do numerous things to work cohesively with the neighbors. And in fact, last week, a week or two ago, when we were on the Zoom, Anthony gave his commitment that he would work hand in glove with the neighbors going forward once construction starts, and he wants to be held accountable. So let me briefly introduce myself. I apologize that I didn't. My name is Chris Tracy. I'm a vice president at O'Neill & Associates with a business address at 18 Tremont Street in Boston. With me tonight is Anthony Delizia of CAD Builders and Joe Lichblatt, his attorney. Anthony Delizia and Claudia Delizia are CAD Builders. They are two brothers who grew up in Hyde Park, who have built hundreds of home ownership units through standalone single-family homes and condominiums. They were not the proponent at 100 Weld Street, 1400 Center Street. They are the only owners of this site, and they will be the builders of this site. So they were not the owners of 100 Weld, not the builders. They are the only owners and only builders of this site, and they are my client. Let's talk briefly about the process beyond February 2021. We had an initial public meeting. Again, we acknowledged that there was more opposition than support on the meeting. So we went back and worked with BPDA Design Review staff. BPDA Design Review staff encouraged us to make these changes that you see on the screen now. Their changes, their feedback was informed by many of the neighborhood comments that they heard. So the neighborhood comments informed BPDA Design Review feedback, and then we came up with this revised design here. The major changes on the revision with a mansard roof on the top floor to give it a more residential feel, the expanded bays and windows to give it a more residential feel, and some more green space around the building. We'll go to the next slide in a moment. We have always maintained that the project was as of right. We are in a neighborhood shopping district in Center Street. Multifamily zoning is allowed here. This height and density is allowed here. A number of other buildings up and down Center Street have been done recently. Many of our opponents who live on Richwood and Park Street that abut us in the rear are in a single-family zone. So those folks had trouble understanding how this could be as of right, but again, it was as of right, and we maintained that it was as of right from the beginning. And the way that things have obviously shaken out with ISD is that we are in fact as of right, and as Michelle mentioned, this is a zoning compliant project. So again, here we are on Center Street. Park Street is on your right looking at the screen. Richwood Street is on your left. We are proposing 21 units of home ownership housing with a commercial space. Can you go to the next slide, please, Daniel? This is the first floor with parking, commercial space, and bike parking. That has increased to meet the BPDA standards. And we've also got direct access for the bikes to get onto Center Street. As everybody knows, Center Street has undergone some redesigns and rebuilds that are more accessible to bikes, so we're happy to contribute to Mayor Wu's vision on that with our bike room as well. We also added some screening and buffering around the site as well. Also early in the process, we had considered vehicular access via Center Street here. We have now changed all vehicular access to Park Street. We think that's a safer and better design for pedestrians on Center Street in West Roxbury. Next slide, please. These are floors 2 through 4. There are 7 units per floor. Again, CAD has built homes in West Roxbury, Rosendale, Hyde Park, Roxbury, Fort Hill over the past few decades. They take pride in their work, and they've made many homeowners happy across Southwest Boston. Next slide, please. This is the roof deck, which is the open space. Next slide, please. These are the elevations, like if you cut through the cake. Southeast elevation looking from Center Street, northeast elevation looking from Park Street. Next slide, please. Southwest elevation, northwest elevation. Next slide, please. This is a landscape plan which has come a ways, and we have increased the trees around the site. Next slide, please. This is the roof deck with our green treatment on it. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. This is the site map. Again, corner of Park and Center, all vehicular access to come in and out of Park. Next slide, please. And that concludes our presentation. I'll ask Anthony or Joe if there's anything else they want to add. I don't think there's anything else we want to add. I want to, again, thank staff for getting us to this point. We make a commitment to work with the community throughout construction. As I said in the community meeting, and as I've said to Daniel, Anthony Delizia has made it known to me that CAD wants to be held accountable when it comes to things like site cleanliness, and if anything seems amiss, we want to be accountable when we're out there building. We look forward to doing a great project and helping bring some life and vitality to Center Street in West Roxbury. Again, we love the location. It's transit-oriented. We think this will behoove area businesses and bring some much needed housing to the city. So Anthony or Joe, do you have anything to add?
I'm okay, Chris.
Okay, we can, let's, oh, sorry. Do you want to say something, Joe, or not? You're good? Okay. Why don't we go into asking some questions. I want to recognize that we did have a motion on the floor, so, but we didn't second it, so we'll have to make a new motion later. But I do want to ask, I do want to allow people to ask questions. So, any questions from the board? Yeah.
Through the chair, I guess my question would be, just looking at the Google map on my computer here and knowing the area very well, besides the commercial properties that are mostly single level, I guess my one question would be like, what's the closest, I would say, project that kind of is similar to yours?
Great question. 1789 Center Street, which is across from Roach Brothers Plaza, and the Starbucks was built by Anthony Delizia and Claudio Delizia, and it is very similar to this.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Chris. And you know, I know you are from the neighborhood. I know you know the neighborhood well. I know this has been an arduous process. Take it for what it's worth. I take you at the point that there is going to be continued conversation with the neighbors. I understand the frustration, but I would encourage you not to refer them as opponents on this project, or opponents, period. I think ultimately there is an opportunity to try to find some common ground, and so to that end, you know, in full transparency, I will be seconding Dr. Landsmark's motion. And would encourage you and your team to continue to meet, to try to figure out. I appreciate you addressing some of the concerns made by Councilor Weber. I know they're not new to you and not new to her, but any opportunity to address issues around transparency and openness, I think would be incredibly well received all around.
Does anybody have any additional questions?
Yeah, just a brief comment. I think this is partly for the development team and partly, I think, for the board and city. It strikes me as a missed opportunity with a project that's building 21 new homeownership units, and we absolutely need them, that there are no affordable restrictions on any of the units. And I understand we can't compel the developer in this case. I think it would be seen as a community benefit if the developer could consider that. But in any case, I think it's also just from a policy point of view, something we should take up on our side. If a project that's this large and this many homeownership units can go through without, you know, any affordable units, that I think that's kind of that's just one reaction. I want to thank Chris for kind of his candor and you know, addressing some of the concerns that have come up. That was helpful to me. Thank you.
Commissioner Bennett, or through you, Chair, if I may, I just wanted to note with regard to Commissioner Bennett's comment that we're in a bit of a bizarre in-between period, but inclusionary zoning goes into effect this fall, and the way that the inclusionary zoning policy is structured would be that any project, homeownership ownership or rental with 7 or more units would be subject to inclusionary units. Right now, on account of the fact that the policy, the IDP requires relief from the zoning code, I think this project is probably a prime example around why we needed to move in the direction of the changes that have been made to IZ. But once that does go into effect, this would be the type of project that would in fact require inclusionary units.
Thanks, Amy. That's great.
And I see you have your hand raised. Joseph, if you'd like to say something.
Yes, Madam Chair Rojas, Secretary Williams, Director Jemison, members of the board. Joseph B. Lichtblau, I'm the attorney for the project proponent. And perhaps I missed it, but did Mr. O'Malley second Dr. Landmark's motion to table?
Not yet. So he said he intends to, but I wanted to get through questioning first before we kind of revisited motions and stuff.
Okay, because, why don't we do that, and then if, before you vote on that, I would have some questions about that.
Okay. So I still have some outstanding questions though on this. Yeah, I mean, to be, again, I appreciate your candor and transparency, through this just seems a little messy to me. If I'm just speaking freely. There was something that, and we got a lot of, letters and comments, and usually we're able to kind of reconcile that before we get to the board, but it was just like a flurry. So there was something in one of the letters about the developer perhaps not being in good standing, or like they didn't finish something on another project or something like that. So I believe it was called out the 1400 Center Street, that certain commitments weren't made or weren't finished or something. Can you respond to that?
May I respond to that, please?
Please, yeah.
Thank you. This developer in front of the board tonight is, as you know, CAB Builders LLC, Claudio Delizia, Anthony Delizia. Neither Anthony Delizia, Claudio Delizia, nor CAB Builders LLC, nor any other entity associated with those people or with that LLC have anything to do with 1400 Center Street, otherwise known as 100 Weld Street. The only connection between these projects is that a person who has been a consultant in the past on the project now in front of the board was apparently operating through an LLC, not even as an individual, also a consultant on 1400 Center Street. But CAD Builders has nothing to do with that project, no control over that project. They couldn't do, they're simply not associated in any way with that project. So the letter you received, which insinuated that there was a connection, that was the connection, simply that there was a consultant who again was the individual consulting with CAD on this project, and then through an LLC consulted apparently on the 1400 Center Street.
Okay, no, thanks for some of that clarification. Again, this is all a little bit confusing, or kind of a unique, I guess, order of events or circumstances here. So, okay, do any other board members have any questions or comments?
I had one question, and that is, how would the proponents here characterize the opposition that has come up and respond to any questions that have been raised about this project at this point?
I would say that, much of the opposition has been that this property abuts two very lovely single-family home ownership dominated streets. and many of those homeowners were opposed to simply a multi-unit building going in so close to their home. Those who had specific, but again, Dr. Landsmark, this is what the zoning allows. All we've tried to do is follow the rules when it comes to the height and density, and ISD has confirmed as such that we are following the rules on the height and density. When we had specific concerns around design, they said they didn't want it to be such a box. They wanted it to be more residential in feel. We worked very closely with Michael Canizzo, who was on staff then, on making it feel more residential by adding the mansard roof. Again, we thought that the swap idea may have been a win-win to literally get out of their hair. We couldn't find any support then. And you know, we've tried to work with them on materials, to work with them on design, but you know, CAD has maintained that objectively a property owner should have the right to propose something that conforms with the zoning code. So when it comes to, when they said just do a couple single families, unfortunately that's not a feasible starter for us.
That's helpful, thank you.
Did you want to respond to that question at all? Joseph? Yeah. I saw you hand up.
Yes, I just wanted to add, thank you. I just wanted to add that among the opposition, there was early opposition to the demolition of the two buildings, and now that the two buildings have been demolished, some of that opposition is no longer present. Thank you.
Okay. No, thank you. This was helpful. I do think that so there is a motion. There is a motion still alive on the floor. Dr. If you want to repeat your motion and see if we get a second.
I have moved that this item be tabled for a brief, reasonable period for additional conversation.
I second that motion.
Okay. Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett.
Aye.
Mr. Landsmark.
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd.
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. This is tabled, and we look forward to kind of getting some more clarity on all of these matters before it comes to us again as a board. This was just all very confusing, and I want to make sure that we have all of the facts and circumstances before the board takes a vote. And I just don't, we're not there.
I did say I had some questions.
So it doesn't work like that. I'm sorry. You can't ask me. You can't ask questions after we do that. Like that doesn't. There's not a back. It's just Robert's rules, I guess. But yeah, no. There's no kind of conversation. Any additional questions? No. Please go through the agency of who you're talking to already, and you can ask them. You can ask them their questions, and So, okay. Thank you very much. We will see you soon. Okay. Item number 20. Request authorization to disperse a total of $205,000 in varying amounts to 17 community organizations serving the South End neighborhood from funding contributions made by the Inc. Block, Shawmut Avenue, Washington Street Block, and Harrison and Albany Block projects. Aaron.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Polhemus, and Director Jemison. I'm Aaron Hallquist, BPDA Developer Compliance Manager, here before you all today to ask that the Director of the BPDA be authorized to disperse a total of $205,000 in varying amounts to 17 community organizations serving the South End neighborhood. The grants will be dispersed from a fund maintained by the agency from contributions made by the Inc. Block, Shawmut Ave / Washington Street Block, and Harris and Albany Block projects in the South End. The BPDA board approved the Inc. Block project on May 15, 2012, the Shawmut Ave Washington Street project in July 12, 2018, and Harris and Albany Block on the 2nd of March, 2017. The proponents of these projects made community benefit contributions per the respective Article 80 documents executed between the BPDA and each of these proponents respectively. The The BPDA, through local elected officials, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, and IGR, notified various community organizations about the availability of community benefits funds from the aforementioned South End development projects. The BPDA notified organizations and publicized the availability of community benefits funds from these projects using the BPDA website and social media accounts. The funds are made available through notification organizations and an application process open to all. 24 organizations applied for community benefit funding in this funding round. A variety of factors are used by the review committee when scoring applications, including organizational background, experience in the neighborhood, expected outcomes of the program or project, etc. BPDA staff has reviewed the applications of various community organizations and has identified those listed in the board memo as recipients of community benefit funds from these 3 South End Article 80 projects. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that any of you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks, Aaron.
Thank you.
Item number 21, request authorization to execute a grant agreement with the Builders of Color Coalition for the disbursement of $45,000 from the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion in support of the Building a Career in Boston Real Estate and CRE Boston Youth Summit programs. Luis.
Good evening, Madam Chair Rojas, members of the board, Secretary Polimas, and Director Jemison. I'm Luis Frias II, Director of DEI here at the BPDA. Tonight, I'm very excited to present on some really exciting youth development initiatives. First, up from the Builders of Color Coalition. Established in 2017, the Builders of Color Coalition's mission is to provide diversity in Boston's commercial real estate sector. To promote diversity in Boston's commercial real estate sector. My apologies. Since its creation, the network has grown to over 500 real estate professionals of color within the greater Boston area. The most recent strategic plan outlined its focus in 4 critical areas: education, jobs, land and development projects, capital, and operational stability. So tonight I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the initiatives that they've been planning out to focus specifically on education. So they're launching 2 initiatives focused on youth development and commercial real estate. The first is their event titled Building a Career in Boston Real Estate. This is looking to be launched in September 2024. The purpose really is to highlight the experiences of diverse young professionals already working in the Boston market, while also connecting youth of color within the city of Boston to different opportunities, support structures, and different professional organizations that will be represented there. They're going to have a virtual panel discussion featuring a group of young diverse professionals, and the focus is really going to be on providing some trainings around navigating networks to really help them develop their professional networks and those networking skills really early on in their career. The second event that they're planning is the CRE Boston Youth Summit, which is targeted to launch in October of 2025. This youth summit will provide an opportunity for youth of color to connect with opportunities for education, internships, and employment within the commercial real estate sector. There's also going to be a pre-event that really focuses on networking again with current industry experts and professionals, and really starting to, again, build some of those skills, as well as being able to attend different workshops and panels being hosted by those industry expert panels. These initiatives directly align with the Builders of Color Coalition's goals of increasing access to education and careers in commercial real estate for youth, particularly Boston's youth of color, and directly aligns with our own missions at the BPDA and within the City of Boston as well, around providing new pathways in for our youth of color, in particular to address some of the disparities within the field that we see between different demographic groups that are kind of entering the profession as well. So tonight, with that being said, I would just like to request the board allows us to move forward with awarding the Builders of Color Coalition a grant of $45,000 from the BPDA's Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion in support of the Building a Career in Boston Real Estate event and the CRE Boston Youth Summit. And I'll pause here for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Just want to say this is like my favorite program and thing we do. Like this just makes me really excited. Again, gives me hopeful spirit. I love it. So, if there are no other questions, a motion is in order.
This is great. So moved.
Yes. Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Julian Smart?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion happily passes. And item number 2, don't go anywhere, Luis. Request authorization to execute a grant agreement with Boston Architectural College for the disbursement of $40,000 from the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion in support of the 2024 Urban Design and Planning Fellows Pre-College Program. Luis.
Thank you once again, and good evening once again. So just continuing kind of that exciting youth development opportunities. Back in November of 2021, the BPDA had issued kind of a call for programs out to higher education, out to Boston Public Schools, and trying to pull together kind of a bunch of thought leaders with the idea of how do we increase pathways into the field. And Boston Architectural College is one of the institutions that kind of rose to that challenge as well. In 2022, they launched the Urban Design Planning Fellows Pre-College Program, which offered a paid summer experiential education opportunity to the City of Boston youth. So it featured a paid summer experience. It combined urban planning and design education with hands-on learning opportunities, and really just focused on how do we prepare students to address the pressing urban challenges that exist within Boston and kind of the greater global community that we also are a part of. How do we address all these different challenges through design? So there's 2 program components here. The first being the Summer Academy Design Program, which focuses on really applying design principles through hands-on projects, so students can really see how their designs work in practice. It's an opportunity for them to move not just from, to move from sketching to 3D modeling to actually starting to do some testing and things like that as well, to really start to see how does this stuff actually work. The second component is the Urban Design and Planning Fellows Program, which really takes a lot of the theory that they learned throughout the academy and helps them sort of implement it and really explore through this implementation some of these key principles and topics within planning and design. So thinking of things like placemaking and sustainability, climate justice, and just social justice in general, and how the built environment interacts with that, and climate resilience, community engagement, and storytelling through design, the built environment's impact on well-being, so really thinking about the holistic experience of people who are living within a city, and how civic leadership and kind of through these different pathways you can really have a positive impact on the way that people live and really shaping the city itself. The final part of this Planning Fellows program is an urban design challenge where they actually pick a site. We give them a list of 3 or 4 kind of active sites that are currently in our profile, and the students kind of go through a Shark Tank style kind of a presentation where they start to advocate for who wants to, or which site is going to be selected for the cohort. And based off of that, they do a whole design study and kind of start to come up with different ideas of if they were kind of the development team behind it, how would they kind of take all these different principles that they've learned and put that into place. With 2022, they did Parcel 3 in Roxbury. Last year, they focused on Dorchester Bay City, and they were able to kind of come in, form their own kind of teams, which everyone has a specific role on the team, and they create these 3D models, and they give a presentation to the community, to BPDA staff, and whoever else would like to also come on board as well. It's a very exciting day. This upcoming year, they're looking to kind of expand the program as well. They're looking to bring on an additional 10 students. They have currently 10 students that are funded through their own pre-college access fund that they established. This additional $40,000 that we are looking to provide them would offer another 10 students from Boston a position within the program as well. This would cover everything from lunch, the actual cost of the program and everything like that, but then as part of the program, each student who participates is eligible to earn up to 6 credits at no additional cost for 2 college courses, Introduction to Design and Introduction to Urban Studies, and both of those are transferable to a whole bunch of other colleges within the area as well. So this is just a fantastic program, one that I know we're very excited to be supporting and participating in as well. So tonight, I'd just like to ask the board to allow us to move forward with awarding Boston Architectural College a grant of $40,000 in support of the Urban Design and Planning Fellows Pre-College Program. Thank you.
Madam Chair, you're muted.
do we have any questions or comments from the board?
Just to comment that these are initiatives I was involved with a number of years ago. I haven't been involved in recent years, but they're very important and substantial ways of increasing the diversity and access of young people to professions that involve design and planning and development careers. And I, for one, am delighted to see how the programs have evolved and grown and the reach that they now have.
I agree. I'm like, remember Dr. Mansmark? Like 8 or so years ago, when it was just kind of like an idea, or that was like floating around, and it's just really exciting to be able to see how everybody was, multiple organizations came together to coordinate for this just very important and necessary program. So yeah, now it's really great. Any other questions or comments? Okay, hearing seeing none, that motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks so much, Luis.
Thank you.
All right, item number 23, personnel. Secretary Balhinas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have one item for your consideration on the BRA agenda. We are seeking approval to appoint Bridget Martin as Assistant Secretary to sign on behalf of the Secretary in my absence, with details in the board materials. And that is all we have.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Okay, next item, contractual. I need a motion to pay the bills.
I move that we pay our bills.
Second that.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Please pay the bill. And finally, Director Jemison, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good evening, members of the board. Just for a summary, we have 4 new development projects and 1 renovation on the agenda tonight, 420 total residential units, 232 of which were income restricted. We had approximately $291 million worth of development cost as an estimate, projects that will create approximately 600,000 square feet, of which 101 is new residential square footage. It's going to create employment, specifically 558 trades people will go to work, we estimate, when these developments are underway, creating both indirect and direct jobs. As part of my notes, the first thing I want to do tonight is to welcome our new a new member of our board, Matt O'Malley. Matt was appointed by Governor Moore Healy, was her pick for the board. We want to welcome you to join the BPDA board. Matt served 6 terms in the Boston City Council in the 6th District and vacated his council seat in 2022. Since then, he's been working as the Chief Sustainability Officer for Vicinity Energy, overseeing decarbonization efforts and ways to transition from reliance on fossil fuels in 12 different U.S. cities. Matt's experience is extensive in sustainability, environmental advocacy, and while on the City Council, he served to bring those issues to the front. His love for Boston will no doubt make him a wonderful asset to this board and help him become a more environmentally resilient city. Thanks again, former councilor. Thanks again, Matt, for joining us. We thank you for being here, and we look forward to working with you in coming months and years. Today, I'd also like to take note of the NZC zoning, net zero carbon zoning. In addition to the many units of housing and other developments approved tonight, we also approved net zero carbon zoning. The new zoning will introduce sustainability requirements for development projects that support the city's goals of becoming carbon neutral by 2050. Buildings account for nearly 71% of our community's carbon emissions and can be designed to minimize those emissions and climate impact by reducing energy use, reducing reliance on fossil fuels, increasing electrification, and using renewable energy sources. NCC zoning introduces a net zero emission standard for new project filings after July 1st, 2025 for projects of 15 units or more, a minimum of 20,000 square feet, or additions of a minimum of 50,000 square feet or more in existing buildings. Moving forward, projects will need to demonstrate compliance with this standard during Article 80 review. We're hopeful that this will be a valuable contribution in the fight against climate change, and look forward to advanced policies that help us do that within development. I know this is a subject of robust dialogue in our community, and looking forward to the next stage of the conversation at the Zoning Commission. I also wanted to highlight a couple last things. The Navy Yard resilience planning work that's been highlighted and was introduced by our team member, Rich McGinnis. We advanced the contract with the consultant for planning, feasibility, and design to help protect the Charlestown Navy Yard from sea level rise. The project includes an area between Pier 3, a BPDA-owned property, between there, Perry Playground, and the Little Mystic Channel Harbor Walk. I'm excited to get this going so we can protect that neighborhood as soon as possible. We also would like to highlight the citywide land use needs assessment, which was approved tonight. Thank you, members of the board. It's meant to support the city's goals of development that support housing, vibrant business districts, and strong regional economy. It's also a shift away from reactive to proactive planning with the newly established planning department, which will have its first days in the coming weeks. The goals for this assessment are to analyze land use needs, economic and demographic trends, recommend strategies for equitable growth. We began some of this work with our work in Plan Charlestown, and looking forward to making it broader and moving across the city with this different approach. Finally, I just wanted to highlight a few of the things we've done here at the very end of the meeting, which are critically important. The first, it was the distribution of $290,000 in funding from community benefits to different projects. 205 came from the South End Article 80 Project Community Benefits Fund to benefit 17 community organizations serving the South End. Another 85 was distributed or dispersed through the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion to support the two last projects that were approved tonight, Building a Career in Boston Real Estate and the Builders of Color Coalition. We're really proud to support these programs any way we can and hopefully inspire future city planners and builders of tomorrow. So the last project to highlight tonight, we had a very active dialogue about a couple of important developments. Some will approve tonight, others will hopefully be approved in future meetings. But I did want to highlight the Forbes building. It's a renovation of an existing 147 unit development that was at one time at risk and is now going to be rehabilitated with a new facade, mechanical systems, all in line with the city's Article 37 sustainable development requirements. It's a long time coming, and I'm pleased that this will finally move forward, preserving an important affordable housing resource in the Jamaica Plain neighborhood. With that, I wanted to pass it back, but with one note. I know that in prior conversations at the board, we've been highlighting our work on lab analysis, and just wanted to make sure that everyone was aware that we conducted a series of community meetings on this topic about life sciences, and we did hold a recent public meeting last week that included representatives of our sister agencies, Fire Department, Public Health Commission, EMS. It was a productive conversation, and we're happy to brief the team and the board in future meetings about the progress of that analysis. I'll keep you updated on those matters. Thanks again. Back to you, Chair Rojas. Thank you for the moment.
Great, thank you, Chief Jemison. All right, that was the last item. I need a motion to adjourn this meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Meeting adjourned. And you got your first one. Under your